If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 26, A Pleasant Surprise. My name's Hutao. She introduced herself with a bright smile. How curious. Why are you dragging along such a big coffin? Are you taking it somewhere? Isaac was stunned for a moment before curling a wry smile. He then spoke with this persona's manner of speech. Well, it's a perfect way to start conversations. Hey? Conversations? Hutao looked at Isaac with a doubted yet curious expression. Seeing her expression, Isaac smiled before replying. Well, to start, let me introduce myself. My name is Luaka, a traveling merchant. As for why I carry a coffin with me, well, it's a great device to start conversations, he explained to her with a calm smile the whole time. When people see you carrying a massive coffin, they will naturally want to strike up a conversation, giving you a chance to sell your wares to them in the process. HOH? Now that's a new and interesting approach. Hutao nodded her head after hearing his explanation. She then looked at the coffin behind him. However, I'm curious. Does your coffin truly contain something in it? If so, I believe that the person inside won't be in the best condition for traveling. Can I say Colin Kislana? Isaac thought with amusement before leisurely shaking his head. He then answered ambiguously. Yes. Is it family? No. Friend? Nyet. Lover? Haha, what makes you think that? Which person carries their loved one's corpse everywhere? That's lunacy and some twisted devotion. Isaac chuckled softly before shaking his head. No, the person inside is someone I had met only once. By chance, I made a promise to someone, so I have to run their errands and deliver this person's remains. Of course, these are all just bull crap he made on the spot. He was just following along the original Luaka's steps. In truth, there was nothing in the coffin except for his dendro vision, which would produce some vines for him. Hearing this, Hutao grasped her chin while nodding. Well, I have to admit, you are the weirdest traveling merchant I've met. I'll take that as a compliment. Isaac smiled gently before picking up the coffin. Well then, if you excuse me. With that, he started walking off while carrying his coffin. Wait. However, he was stopped by Hutao once more. Please, I'm exhausted. Let me rest. Isaac kept his polite smile as he turned around. Yes. How about dropping by the Wangsheng funeral parlor? Hutao said as she placed her hands on her hips. I can assure you that we'll provide the best funerary service to your acquaintance. Sorry, but I think you'll only find an empty coffin behind this. Isaac looked at her with a gentle smile before answering. I appreciate the offer, but forgive me. I only wish to deliver this and not hand it to anyone. Please understand, as it's a promise. Hutao was silent for a few moments before sighing deeply. She then put up a faint smile. Well, if you need someone to help you once you reach your destination, make sure to contact us. We'll be sure to assist you as long as it's within Liu's borders, of course. I'll keep that in mind. Isaac nodded before carrying the coffin once more and going down the stairs. He then used this opportunity to escape and teleport away. Meanwhile, Hutao watched as he quietly departed. What an interesting person. For some reason, he reminds me of Zhongli. Hutao crossed her arms while grasping her chin as she pondered. They both have that encyclopedic aura around them and that refined gentleness. Whoosh asterisk. Just then, while talking to herself, a breeze suddenly blew past her. He's gone. Hearing the voice, Hutao quickly turned head and saw that, beside her, a short person instantly appeared. Ah! Conqueror of Demons. Hutao, who was quite learned in the field of the Adepti, instantly recognized who the person was. Xiao glanced at her and noticed her appearance. He then thought for a moment and remembered something. The funeral parlor. My, you actually remembered our family's parlor. Hutao smiled warmly as she said this. We're honored, Conqueror of Demons. No, however, Xiao shook his head. Your family helped us greatly in the past by protecting the border between the afterlife. It would be hard for me to not remember you. Xiao then crossed his arms. Moving on, I want to ask. Where did the person carrying the coffin go? I assumed that he was part of your funeral parlor. You're looking for him. Hutao raised her eyebrows as she grasped her chin. Is he someone important? He just has something I'm curious about. Xiao shook his head lightly. Well, if that's the case. Hutao sighed before crossing her arms once more. I think he's still going down the stairs. You should meet him by the stairs if you go down. My gratitude, Xiao said before disappearing in the blink of an eye in a turquoise flash. However, a moment later, the same flash appeared and he appeared once more. He's not there. Hey? That can't be right. Hutao said, also confused. He just left. How could he have gone far carrying a coffin with him? Xiao went silent as he looked at her before shaking his head. No matter. If you meet him again, just shout my name and I'll be there. After saying this, Xiao once more disappeared in a flash. Now, Hutao was left alone in the reception room. Seriously, they all just left. Hutao shook her head before sitting down and crossing her legs. I wonder. Will we meet them again? What do you think? Mr. Zhongli. Turning her head, she looked beside her and saw a refined gentleman quietly drinking on the sides. He carried an elegant yet knowledgeable aura and had the air of an experienced senior. Although he had been there since the beginning, his presence was quite hidden. The man known as Zhongli took a quick sip from his Osmanthus wine before looking at Hutao with his deep amber eyes similar to that of Isaac's, which seems to contain a vast sea of knowledge. I believe that time will tell when we will all meet again. He answered in a calm tone before returning his attention to his wine. There you go again with your ambiguous talks again. Hutao sighed deeply after hearing him. How are you even sure that all of us will meet again? Zhongli stopped drinking his wine before looking at her once more. This time, a faint smile was present on his lips. I believe that it shall happen once more in the near future. Yet, whatever. Hutao stood up before approaching his seat. Well then, shall we depart as well? We still have preparation for Red Lapis rite of descent. Zhongli nodded lightly. All right. Of course, never would have Hutao thought that Rex Lapis the Geo-Archon and the god of Lia was sitting right in front of her sipping wine in a leisurely manner. Dash. Fontaine, inside Le Souffle du silence. Inside Isaac's room. A door of light with swirling mists suddenly materialized and Isaac walked out of it, still within his disguise. I'm back. Seeing his familiar room, Isaac immediately placed the coffin in his inventory and slumped down on his bed. What an exhausting day. Gotta say, I need to remind myself to respect Murphy's Law now and then. He sighed as he lay on his stomach while hugging his pillow. As Murphy's Law states, everything that can go wrong will go wrong. To think I'd meet Hutao there. He then turned over and lay on his back. Seriously. She's like Furina but red. Blue Tao and Furidna. He muttered those words with an amused smile. They just seem so alike that it scares me. Plus. He then remembered another matter as his face turned complicated. Why was Zhongli just sitting there? Silently. He noticed it when talking to Hutao. From the perspective of others, Zhongli might seem hidden, but to Isaac's unique observational traits, he was able to easily spot him. To top it off, he was just staring at me. Menacingly. Isaac knew Zhongli's true identity and believed that he wouldn't do any harm to him. But still, it gave him a bit of pressure. Maybe. He was just intently observing me? Whatever. Han. Just then, Isaac's mouth opened and let out a deep yawn. So. Tired. That's odd. The night's still early. His eyes soon began to turn heavy as he lay quietly. Must have worked myself out too much. Whatever. A good night's sleep is always accepted. Isaac thought before changing out of his clothes and packing them inside his inventory. Just then, right before he was about to sleep, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right. I've accumulated enough system points for a new invite ticket. Isaac had been saving up for quite a while now, and coupled with the recent quests, his system points have been stacked up well. I guess it wouldn't hurt for a pull before sleeping. The Gamba instinct started running through his veins. Soon, he opened the system shop and bought the invite ticket. 160 system points. Yeah, it hurts. Those are points that he had accumulated, and seeing them disappear and his heart tighten. But it's for a new character. So it's worth it. Use invite ticket? Y/N. Yes. Isaac didn't hesitate and clicked the yes button as he started getting really sleepy. Please be someone I can manage. Soon, the door on the first floor started glowing a bright golden color. Afterward, the summoning ended. The profile of the new character soon appeared in front of him. Oh! This is... Seeing who it was, Isaac was actually pleasantly surprised. Now this is something new. Profile. Name, Nahida. Gnosis, Dendro. Title, God of Wisdom / Dendro Archon. From Sumeru. This is the first time I'm summoning a god. Isaac thought with great interest as his eyes slowly started shutting down. How interesting. His eyes then completely shut off. And so, he fell asleep. Without even noticing the pink foxtail that just entered the room and left half an hour later. Chapter 27, Buer 1/3. What have you done? I did what was needed. In the same white plane of existence filled with blooming flowers. Isaac stood stiffly as he watched two people quarrel with vacant eyes. One of those people was a silhouette of a man, while the other was a silhouette of a woman. You'll die. The silhouette of the woman warned him. If that's what Her Majesty wishes. However, the man's silhouette remained unperturbed. You really are insane. She added as she looked at him helplessly. They won't like this. The woman added as she looked at him with fierce eyes. Especially the director of that organization. Dedushka would understand. The man's face remained impartial as he said this. To forge a path of progress, sacrifices must be made. I am no exception. The man sighed as he said this. At the end of the day, I am still that disposable orphan in that orphanage. The woman was silent for a few seconds before crossing her arms and clicking her tongue. You fool! The man didn't answer as he silently looked at the woman. Her long white hair that had green tips, coupled with her elongated ears were what made her stand out. Crack asterisk. Just like before, the dream shattered before Isaac could even ask anything about the scene. Dash. Once more, the sun bathed the land and another day arrived, bringing forth a new breeze of life to the world. Isaac yawned deeply as he woke up from his deep sleep. He rubbed then his eyes, that was a good sleep. I feel fresh. After thinking this, Isaac soon sat up from his bed before he looked at the window where the morning sunlight was pouring in. Another day, another work. Isaac smiled softly as he said this. This time, it's time to help the radish. He was referring to none other than Nahida, the Dendro Archon, the god of wisdom trapped by her own people. The youngest Archon of the 7 Archons that was born in the calamity 500 years ago, the neglected god that still cares deeply for her people. Someone who doesn't deserve to be imprisoned somewhere by some smelly nerds. Jumping out his bed, Isaac made some light stretches before going down to the café to cook some breakfast. Arriving in the kitchen, Isaac started multitasking. He picked some eggs, heated a pan, and started cooking while looking at the system interface. Plus 200 mora. Where did that come from? Isaac looked at the extra mora he got seemingly from when he was sleeping. Is it something I got from last night's quest that arrived late? Odd. Isaac decided to make a mental note of this and decided to look into it at a later time. After cooking and eating a simple breakfast consisting of fried eggs, sausages, and rice, Isaac finally decided to clean up the café. Since Nahida would be the one visiting, I need this place to be as comfortable as possible for her, Isaac muttered to himself as he looked at the room. Truth be told, Nahida was the only god Isaac truly cared about in this world. He doesn't know why, but the urge to protect her just rises from the depths of his soul whenever he sees her suffering. It was a weird feeling. Like an elder brother's instincts to protect his younger sister, combined with what feels like a moral duty. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Isaac would risk his life for her. That's how Isaac feels. Well, I am part of the Nahida protection squad in my past life, after all. Isaac shook his head with a wry smile. However, his smile soon turned sinister. But those damn sages! Just wait. Once I get powerful enough, I'll make sure your plans fail miserably in the future. Shaking his head, Isaac returned to his previous thought. He looked around and decided to create a calm atmosphere. He dimmed the lights a bit and shut the blinders, limiting the light coming in from the outside. He then bought some fairy lights from the system and hung them on the counter. Looking at the new atmosphere of the café, Isaac grasped his chin. It feels like something's missing. However, soon, he was reminded of something. Ah, that's right. Isaac then opened his system shop and bought a few more items. Artificial grass walls. No café would be complete without these. Isaac smiled softly as he remembered the local café he used to visit in the past. Isaac then proceeded to paste them over on a wall, where the customers sit down and dine. After doing this, he took a step back and observed the café for a bit while grasping his chin. Afterward, he nodded with a proud smile. Yeah, this would work. Now it's time to free my little cabbage. He then opened the system interface and opened Nahida's profile. Summon Nahida? Y/N. Yes. Isaac didn't hesitate and quickly pressed the button. Shortly after doing this, the same golden lights appeared on the door, showing signs of summoning. Here goes nothing, Isaac sighed with a smile as he adjusted his apron. Sumeru, the land of weeds and trees, as well as wisdom and sands. Sumeru is where all academia is located, where various people from different nations gather to study many things. The academia is responsible for the distribution of knowledge, as well as administrating the nation, essentially its government. The ones that lead the academia are the 6 sages, but among them, the Grand Sage is considered to be of high authority. Well, if you ignore their god. Due to the selfish desires of the sages, they decided to imprison and seal their archon within the sanctuary of Surasthana on the very top of the academia. So, despite the Dendro archon being a god, she doesn't get the authority or respect she deserves. Inside the sanctuary, a green sphere was present, and inside, a child with white hair was levitating and seemed to be sleeping. This was Lesser Lord Kuzanali, also known as Nahida. Due to her seal, her body is unable to leave the sanctuary, however, she managed to find a way to visit her people's dreams, albeit subtly. She does this by going inside the Akasha system and visiting her people's Akasha terminals, which are directly connected to their minds. Inside the Akasha system, Nahida's virtual avatar was floating amidst the thousands of sparkling green lights. I wonder if Kaveh finished his project on time. He pulled off a long all-nighter last night. Nahida thought with a smile as she looked for Kaveh's Akasha terminal in the sea of consciousness. He must be really tired or asleep right now. This should be the one. Nahida saw the familiar Akasha terminal and entered it to peek at Kaveh. Her eyes dimmed for a moment before her vision changed. This time, her virtual avatar was floating beside Kaveh, unseen by him. Ugh, I told you. Buying this would only ruin the symmetry and harmony of the kitchen. However, contrary to her expectations, he was quite energetic. Can't you see that this doesn't fit with anything here? I think that it's a great addition. Opposite of Kaveh was a man who had an aloof expression replied. Besides, having it would lessen my burden and increase my efficiency. It's a clothes rack. Kaveh yelled, enraged. It doesn't even fit the kitchen. Seriously, do you even have an inkling of taste, Al-Haytham? Well, if you don't like it, then you're free to leave my house. The man named Al-Haytham said with a light smile as if mocking Kaveh. Why you? Kaveh looked at Al-Haytham with furious eyes. However, he soon groaned in defeat. Ugh, fine. If not for me, I bet your house would be in a disorganized mess. Less than a pig stable, might I add. After saying this, with an irritated face, Kaveh decided to plan where the clothes rack would be placed. As an architect, this was no problem for him. However, it was rather arduous, in his opinion. Watching the quarrel between the two, Nahida giggled as she floated unseen by them. These two really are interesting. An impartial scribe and an empathetic architect, what an odd yet good combination. The impartial scribe and the extremely empathetic architect are like two different styles of paintbrushes in the hands of an artist. Nahida began making an analogy, one of her favorite hobbies. Shen then grasped her chin. While one brush focuses on precision and accuracy, the other brings depth and emotion to the canvas. Together, they create a harmonious masterpiece, each contributing their unique strengths to the final work of art. Yes, this analogy sums up their situation quite well. Nahida nodded to herself. Though she said this, no one was actually there to hear them. Seeing that no one responded to her words, Nahida lightly smiled. Right. Silence. She had known this silence since the moment she was born and was not unfamiliar with it. I should leave. Thinking of this, Nahida decided to leave Kaveh's Akasha terminal and once again entered the sea of consciousness. Just then, right after leaving the Akasha terminal, she suddenly saw a glowing Akasha terminal. Hey! Deep inside the sea of consciousness, it was as if an Akasha terminal that had long been buried in the past suddenly resurfaced. Seeing the strange yet new Akasha terminal, Nahida became cautious. I've never seen this before. Curious yet cautious, Nahida decided to fortify her mind just in case before approaching the glowing Akasha terminal. What could it possibly be? Nahida remained at a safe distance as she observed the glowing Akasha terminal. After a few minutes, she muttered to herself, "It doesn't seem to be dangerous." Nahida then looked around before looking at the glowing terminal again. With cautious wit, she slowly extended her hand to the glowing terminal. "It's dangerous, but I must know what it is." After a few seconds, her hand finally touched the terminal. Shortly afterward, her consciousness entered it. "I hope I'm not falling for a trap." A few moments later, contrary to her expectations, nothing bad seemed to have happened. Opening her left eye, he looked at where she was at. Hey! However, she was surprised to see that she had appeared somewhere else. "This is..." Just then, a calm and soothing voice drifted over to her. The voice spoke politely. "Welcome, is there anything you like?" Nahida turned her head and saw the man behind the counter looking at her with a warm and gentle smile on his face. However, before she could ask anything, she was instantly stunned by the man's words. You see me? And so starts another business." Chapter 28, Buer 2/3. Isaac looked at Nahida and his smile froze for a moment. "Hold on. Is this not her main body?" After asking this, the system quickly replied. The system is only able to summon the character's avatar, and not the main body due to some factors. The character present here is only the avatar. The main body is somewhere sealed. Although the avatar is not the main body, the system had granted permission to the character to do as they wish while within the domain of the café. In other words, the character's avatar acts and feels like their real body, and can do what they want. So basically, as long as Nahida is inside the café, she can do whatever she wants. Isaac thought as he quickly grasped the answer. Although it's not true freedom, it's still better than being confined in the academia, right? Finishing his thoughts, Isaac decided to continue speaking to Nahida with a polite and soft warm smile. "Yes, is something the matter?" Well. For the first time, the god of wisdom, Nahida, didn't know what to answer. She was momentarily stunned. "Where am I?" "Why, you are at my café. Located in none other than Fontaine," Isaac proudly declared. As for why he was playing oblivious, he wanted to put on an act. Fontaine. Nahida's expression quickly became shocked as she heard this. "That can't be right. Akasha terminals can only function within Sumeru. Unless..." She then looked at the kind-looking young man standing behind the counter. She then saw his deep amber eyes. To some, it might induce a sense of cautiousness, but strangely, Nahida found his eyes to be familiar and comforting. Strange. Have I seen him before? Nahida tilted and held her head as she thought of this. Seeing Nahida's expression, Isaac let out a light sigh as he smiled at her. "You seem troubled, is there something I can help with?" "Well..." Nahida didn't know what to reply with. To start, this situation was already too bizarre. "Calm down. Perhaps there's a rational explanation for this. First, find out information." Taking a deep breath, she then looked at the man with an affable smile on his face. She then spoke, Can I have you?" Just then, she remembered something crucial. "Oh no, I don't have any mora." Instantly, Nahida's face became flustered. "I've never had any mora on my person before. What should I do?" "Oh." Isaac saw her face and his eyes immediately widened. He then blamed himself internally. "How could I be so stupid? She has no money." Quickly shaking his head, he quickly tried to comfort her. "Seeing your situation, perhaps you don't have any mora on you." He then grasped his chin and pretended to be thinking hard before lifting his hand with a smile as if he had gained an idea. "All right, since this is your first visit to my humble café, your first order would be on the house. How does that sound?" "Really?" Nahida was hesitant at first, but seeing his calm smile and kind intentions, she decided to ask. "But would that be fine?" "No problem at all." Isaac nodded his head lightly. He then pointed at a seat in the area where customers dine. "Why don't you wait there for a while? I'll go to the kitchen and brew you something." Perhaps a good OLT would work? Since you're still a child, I suggest one that doesn't have caffeine in it. Would that be fine?" He quickly added. "Yes, thank you." Nahida nodded her head. She then watched the man walk to the kitchen behind him. Seeing the man disappear, Nahida decided to do as he said and sat on one of the chairs. She hopped on one of the chairs and sat down. Because of her small body, she had a little trouble, but she did it nonetheless. For now, I still don't know how I ended up here in Fontaine. She thought to herself as she looked around the cafe. So far, that person doesn't seem to know anything. Was it caused by Focalors? Although Nahida had never physically met the Hydro Archon, she had gathered some information regarding her using the Akasha. No, even a god can't summon other gods whenever they want to. Then, who or what is it? Just then, while in the middle of her thinking, the door of the cafe suddenly flowed gold. Nahida then noticed this. That door. Is it because of that? Shortly after thinking this, someone suddenly entered the door while running. Mr. Isaac. A child in red ran into the cafe with a bright smile. You won't believe this. The new knight that joined the Knights of Favonius defeated the Drago. Before she could finish her words, the child in red suddenly saw another little girl in green looking at her. Oh, are you new here? The girl in red asked as she looked at Nahida. She then approached Nahida with a bright and cheerful smile. Nice to meet you. I'm Klee. Yes, it was none other than the child arsonist. However, Nahida had an odd reaction. Wait. Klee? The same Klee that destroyed Mondstadt's Stormbearer Mountains. She had naturally heard of Klee before. After all, her feats have more or less spread throughout the world. Oh, Nahida looked at Klee with a flustered smile. After a brief moment, she decided to introduce herself to Klee. I'm Nahida. Nice to meet you too. Yay! I got a new friend today. Klee cheered energetically. She then decided to sit at the same table as Nahida. Nahida, did you also get invited by Mr. Isaac? Invited? Nahida listened to her and quickly inquired about the word invite. What do you mean by invite? Does he summon people here? Hee, yup. Klee nodded as she swung her feet below the table. Mr. Isaac didn't explain it to me entirely, but he said that his cafe calls those who have troubled minds. Or something like that. I see. Nahida then grasped her chin as she listened to Klee. So that man can summon other people into his cafe. But why did he hide it from me when I asked earlier? As she was thinking this, the door of the cafe suddenly glowed bright again. Nahida noticed this and she became observant. Is it another person? Sure enough, to confirm her guess, another person walked through the door. This time, it was a woman wearing a shrine maiden's outfit. She had pink hair and an aloof expression. The woman entered gracefully and saw the two children sitting down on a table. Oh? This is the first I'm seeing you two. Hello, little ones. The woman then walked over to them with an amiable smile. Are you all here for a morning brew too? Whoa! You have pretty hair. Klee looked at the woman and excitedly said. My name is Klee. And this is Nahida. Who are you, lady? Adorable. The woman softly chuckled as Klee introduced herself and Nahida. She then said with an amused tone, my name is Miko, but you may call me Gyuji. A pleasant greetings to the two of you, adorable little ones. Miko. Once again, Nahida recognized her. According to the scholars I've possessed before, Miko is the head shrine maiden of the Grand Narukami Shrine in Inajima. A Mondstadt and an Inajiman. Nahida grasped her chin as she thought deeply. And now? Me. Someone from Sumeru. I wonder, will the next person that comes be from Liu? She made an educative guess as she looked at the door. However, contrary to her expectations, no one else entered. My, what are you thinking of so deeply, little one? Just then, Miko's voice drifted over to Nahida as she walked over and sat on the third seat on the table. If you want, you share it with me, child. If Isaac were here, he would most definitely lampoon about how the two are practically the same age, but the other is older looking while the other is but a child. It's nothing. Nahida lightly shook her head. She then looked at Miko. Are you perhaps also aware of this cafe's summoning? Oh? So you're aware? Miko crossed her arms as her face changed from carefree to coldness. And here I thought I was the only one Isaac told this. So he doesn't hold me special, Nahida didn't know how to respond to her words as she saw Miko look at the kitchen's door with fierce eyes. Gyuji, have you been here lots? Klee said with interest. I only have a limited allowance, so I can't come every day. Hearing Klee's words, Miko softly chuckled as she hid her mischievous mouth with her hand. More than you think, little one. Wow, you must love Mr. Isaac's coffee and tea then. Klee innocently said with a bright smile. Haha, yes. Miko could only lightly smile at Klee. However, the different glint in her eyes tells that there was something more to it. Orders up. Just then, Isaac's voice drifted from the kitchen. The three girls then moved their heads and looked at the kitchen door, where Isaac was passing through with a silver plate containing a teacup and 3 pieces of bread. Here's your meal, little miss. Free of ch before Isaac could finish his words, he suddenly felt 4 more gazes on him. He then saw Klee and Miko sitting down at the same table as Nahida. Klee was looking at him as if she wanted to share gossip, whereas Miko was looking at him with a sinister glint in her eyes. When did Miko and Klee get here? Isaac started sweating buckets at the sight of the 2 troublemakers. He then sighed internally. Play it cool, Isaac. Good morning, you two. It's a beautiful day, innit? Isaac tried to placate the situation and hopefully not escalate anything. Just then, Miko's voice drifted over and reached his ears. Do my ears deceive me? Isaac heard and quickly looked at Miko. He then saw her amused smile and sinister gaze. Seeing this, Isaac's Adam's apple trembled slightly. What is she planning now? To think that the greedy Isaac would actually give free food. Miko smiled, amused. Do I sense favoritism? Now I feel neglected. That's not fair, Mr. Isaac. Just then, Klee's voice also drifted over. I also want some morning tea. I love your tea. They make me think faster. Nahida, however, just watched the whole scene with an interest. If you guys want food, pay for them. Isaac screamed in his mind while maintaining a calm smile on his face. However, since Nahida is here. Internally sighing, he decided to bend to their will. But just this once. With a wry smile, he replied to them. Worry not, this won't be a problem. Just wait a few minutes. He then carried the silver plate with him back to the kitchen. But not before looking at Miko. I'll get you for this. I'm looking forward to it. However, Miko only gave him a soft yet sadistic smile. TCH defeated, Isaac decided to return to the kitchen to cook their food. After a couple of minutes, Isaac finally came back carrying 3 plates. He held 2 plates with both his hands and supported the third one in between using the 2 plates. He then approached their table and placed the plates down. Thank you. Nahida thanked Isaac sincerely as she looked at her food. Yay! Thank you, Mr. Isaac. Klee thanked Isaac as she looked at her green tea with fried fish on the sides. Right, how thoughtful of you, Isaac. Miko smiled teasingly. For my dear customers, it's no problem at all. Though Isaac said this with a warm smile, the vein throbbing on his forehead told a different story. How about you join us? Just then, Miko's voice drifted over to his ears. Come, let us all have breakfast. That's right. Join us, Mr. Isaac. Klee agreed with Miko. Seriously, these two should never be together. Isaac made a quick mental note before pulling a chair. Sure. Coffee again. Miko then saw the cup that Isaac held. Aren't you wary of over-acidity? Sometimes, but otherwise I'm fine, Isaac replied truthfully. Why don't you try tea then, Mr. Isaac? Klee added on the side. It could help you greatly. You really like tea now, don't you? Isaac laughed wryly. Meanwhile, Nahida watched the 3 of them converse and couldn't help but think to herself while sipping her tea. Is this what having family feel like? Joyous laughter around a table, where they eat and talk, really this is what Nahida sees as a family. A warm atmosphere and a joyous moment. Truth be told, Nahida would have never thought that she would one day experience something like this. Perhaps. I'm still dreaming. Am I worthy of experiencing such a thing? Remembering her role in Sumeru, her head unconsciously lowered. Just then, while in the middle of her thoughts, Isaac's voice drifted over to her. Oh hey Nahida, was it? How is it? Do you like the food? Nahida then lifted her head and saw Isaac's warm smile, a smile that seemed to be able to penetrate through her dark world. Seeing Isaac, Nahida became silent for a few moments before she curled a soft smile. No. Regardless if it's a dream or not. I want it to last a bit longer. To interact with others and be recognized not as an Archon, but as a person, something she would have never thought she'd think of. She then replied sincerely, "It's great." And so, for the first time in a long time, a bright warm smile appeared on Nahida's face. Chapter 29, Buer 3/3. A joyous scene soon descended upon the four's meal. Oddly enough, there wasn't any customer that came by to disrupt the mood. Isaac didn't know if this was a blessing or not, however, it only meant that his cafe wasn't well known quite yet. Isaac was fine with that for now. But for now, Isaac wasn't minding any of that. He was too focused on the current scene. Yet, there was even this one time when I was out in the forest when I saw a giant wolf. Klee said as she gestured her hand. But it was very nice. It even told my friend Razor to escort me out of its arena. Was it Andreas Boreas? Miko said as she held a manga in her hand. For an ancient fossil like him to still be around. I agree, Andreas had truly been around for a long time. At her words, Nahida nodded on the side. You know that nice big wolf? Klee looked at both Nahida and Miko with interest. Miko lightly nodded her head. I've learned about him through books from overseas. It's a great way to pass the time. I know a lot. Taking this chance to explain, Nahida decided to info dump on Klee. She then started passionately talking. Andreas Boreas is one of the Anmo Archon's 4 wines. However, in the past, he was a god that commanded blizzards. Due to unknown reasons, however, he gave up his power and served the Anmo Archon henceforth. She added with a light smile. Now, he rests in his arena in Wolvendom, awaiting challengers to face him. Hearing Nahida's explanations, Klee nodded attentively. She then started contemplating before coming to a conclusion. So he's a nice big strong wolf. She proudly said with a bright smile. This was the only thing Klee made of the details. Hearing her conclusion, Isaac, Miko, and Nahida were stunned for a moment before letting out light laughs. Haha. Yes, that's right, Klee. Isaac was the first to agree with her as he ate his toast with peanut butter on it. Since you know who that big wolf is now, be sure to be nice to him the next time you see him, all right? I will. Klee nodded her head lightly. She then took a part of her fish and ate it. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about gods, little one. On the side, Miko spoke to Nahida with a light smile. Have you perhaps studied about them thoroughly? Nahida saw her gaze and couldn't help but avert her gaze for a moment before looking back at her. That's right. I have a great interest in them. Are you perhaps from the Academia? Miko grasped her chin as she analyzed Nahida. Yes. Nahida thought that it would be best for Miko to not know her true identity. I'm a recently enrolled scholar of the Academia. Then perhaps you can help me find some research materials for a novel. Instantly, Miko found a golden opportunity as she smirked. The Academia? Oh. I remember Mom saying that she once visited that place. On the side, Klee interjected. She said it was full of snobby nerds. Hearing Klee's words, Nahida instantly wore a wry smile. That's... Well, you're not wrong, but... Meanwhile, Isaac watched the 3 of them talk amongst themselves with an amused light smile as he quietly ate and drank his tea. Looking outside the cafe where the golden light of the sun blanketed the streets of the court of Fontaine, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh through his nostrils. I know I said that I'm merely a spectator and can't interfere with the story that much. But this much should be justifiable, right? Once more, Isaac's hypocrisy was showing itself. Although it's too early for Nahida to be released. For me, that doesn't matter. He then looked at Nahida, who was happily conversing with other people. The smile on his face soon turned softer and gentler. Yet, to see her happy is enough for me. Seriously. However, he still couldn't help but shake his head as he looked outside. I'm too much of a hypocrite for my own good. He doesn't like gods, yet he shows favoritism for one. He makes promises which he can't or didn't intend to keep. He smiles but has different intentions. He was a director, yet he was also an actor. Perhaps. That's my uniqueness. Isaac joked inside his mind. Full of contradictions, falsehoods, and acting. Seriously. I'm becoming more and more like a fool. Just then, while in the middle of his thoughts, a voice suddenly drifted over to his ears. Mr. Isaac, what are you thinking about? Turning around, Isaac looked at the source of the sound. He then saw that it was Klee. Nothing much. Isaac lightly chuckled. Just some personal things. Personal things. Just then, Miko also joined in. She then spoke with a teasing smile, would you share it with us? I'd love to hear what's on your mind. Yet, however, contrary to the reaction she was expecting, Isaac smiled brightly at her. Next time, pay up for your food. The only reason I treated you two today is because of Nahida here, he pointed at Nahida before finishing his cup of tea. If not for her, you two would be coughing up your mora right now. Such harsh words, Isaac. Miko sighed with what seemed like a saddened look. Yeah, Mr. Isaac. That's mean. Klee also joined in and imitated Miko. These two should never be together. Isaac was starting to see a pattern between Klee and Miko. The former says something and the latter agrees. What a disaster. Is it really because of me? Just then, Nahida, who's sitting opposite of Isaac, asked. Her elongated ears then slightly bobbed up and down. I can pay for them. Seeing her reaction, Isaac was momentarily stunned before wryly smiling. No. I already said it's on the house, don't worry about it too much, Nahida. I see. Hearing this, Nahida looked up and her elongated ears once more lightly moved up and down. She then smiled at him. Thank you. Seeing her sweet smile, Isaac's heart instantly softened. Adorable. I must protect and keep this little cabbage happy. Isaac's determination deepened as he grasped his chest in his mind. And so, their conversation continued. Through Klee, Isaac learned about the recent situation in Mondstadt as well as the traveler who arrived. Miko, on the other hand, was only sharing how boring Inajima is of late was because of the Sakoku decree. As for Nahida, she was joining in the conversation here and there with some knowledge. In a sense, their little morning breakfast was turning to something more like a gathering. After half an hour, their morning breakfast finally came to an end. Well, I have to go now. There are still matters in the shrine that I need to attend to. Miko was the first to leave. But not before looking at Isaac and smiling. She then muttered under her breath, but I'll be back. What did she say? Isaac, who was behind the counter, didn't catch what she murmured. Oh well. The second to leave was Klee. She ran out the door while waving at Isaac with a smile. I have to go now. Bye, Mr. Isaac. Farewell, Klee. Isaac smiled softly at her as he waved back at her departing figure. After seeing Klee leave, he then turned his head to Nahida. Would you also be leaving, Nahida? You already know about my true identity, don't you? However, contrary to the response Isaac was expecting, she responded with a question. That's... Hearing her question, Isaac momentarily made a confused expression before letting out a wry laugh. Well. You're right. He then walked in front of her and slightly bent his body forward while placing his right hand on his left chest. Forgive me, O great god of wisdom, Dendro Archon. Lesser Lord Kuzanali. Hearing Isaac speak all of her titles, Nahida became flustered and she smiled shyly. She then quickly stopped his actions. Please, lift yourself. There's no need for such things. How could I not? You are, after all, a god. Though he said this, if Furina was the one in front of him right, he'd instantly accept her offer and stop bowing. No, Nahida shook her head. She then looked at him gratefully. The fact that you treated me normally despite knowing my true identity. That alone was enough. I see, Isaac let out a small sigh before standing up straight again. He then looked at her with his deep amber eyes. Will you be leaving too? Yes, Nahida nodded her head in confirmation. I still need to come back. I still need to look out for my nation, after all. But your nation doesn't seem to need you. A bittersweet smile appeared on Isaac's face. Is that so? Then. He then walked over to her and pulled something out from his system inventory. Afterward, he squatted on one leg to match her height before extending a hand. If you ever want to come back here. He then opened his hand, revealing the plentiful mora inside. Just do so with ease. This café would always welcome you. Nahida heard this and looked at Isaac in silence. She didn't know why, but the combination of the serene atmosphere of the café, coupled with Isaac's gentle words, made the scene comforting. She then saw his deep amber eyes. She didn't know why, but she felt like she had seen them before, but couldn't remember anything. Such familiar eyes. Nahida then looked at the mora in Isaac's hands for a moment and hesitated before taking them. Thank you. After taking the money, Nahida walked over to the door. But not before looking back at Isaac. She then made a warm bright smile. I'll make sure to return. Yes. To her, this place was the only location where she isn't alone. It was where she could be with others and not just be a dream. This place had become her sanctuary. After saying this, Nahida soon walked through the door of light, and her small figure disappeared. Isaac watched her silently the whole time before letting out a bittersweet smile on his face. See you again. Chapter 30, Furina's Plan Denouement. Bang, asterisk. In the wilderness of the mountains of Alinas, Isaac could be seen running away as gunshots fired behind him. Isaac then saw a boulder and hid behind it. He then loaded his revolver as he cautiously looked around. Shit. They're persistent. After muttering this, Isaac quickly jumped out of the boulder and shot back. Bang, asterisk. His bullet successfully hit a robotic figure. Seeing this, Isaac didn't waste time and quickly ran away while loading his revolver. Lunatics. Seriously. He clicked his tongue as he sprinted into Alina's forest. Clockwork mechas were hunting him down. What's worse is that there were a lot of them, making it difficult for Isaac. As Isaac ran, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. How did it come to this? Dash. A few days prior, Isaac continued with the café's business as usual. He then saw a pattern in the amount of customers coming in. The number of customers rise at approximately 11 and 1 in the morning and afternoon respectively. He thought as he quietly cleaned the cups behind the counter. Then, it will increase again at around 7 in the evening. Due to the night shift workers. That means, other than those times, the rest are the best times to do what I have to do. Thinking of this, Isaac opened the system interface. S-rank quest. Type, main. Name, pious believer. Objectives, serve the Hydro Archon for 1 week. Looking at his current main quest, Isaac thought back to his wanted posters. I get that I can just give them the info about the masked clown identity and get close to Lady Furina. But that's way too suspicious. Isaac shook his head before sitting down and grasping chin. Besides, I'm sure the Ihudex, Neuvillette, would send someone to investigate me and find that I'm just a barista. How could a barista know such information? Is what they'll probably think. Isaac rolled his eyes as he looked up at the ceiling with a contemplating expression. How could I pass that dilemma? He then closed his eyes and started pondering solemnly. His mind churned endlessly, trying to find solutions. Just then, a sudden burst of ideas entered his mind. He then abruptly opened his eyes as he reviewed the sudden idea that popped up in his mind. Hold on. This is... No, even if it does work. He then straightened his posture as he took out his notepad and began writing down his thoughts. But... what if? Isaac then began to construct a frame for the sudden idea in his mind. He was once again concocting a plan. Oh my! Finally, after contemplating for minutes, Isaac muttered with a wry smile. Yet, this could work. I don't have to put up too much of an act and it blends well with my profession. As he thought of this, he once again opened his system shop. System, I want to buy something things again. This time, I won't be using any persona. He lightly smiled at these words. From now on, I'll have 2 jobs. At day, I'm Isaac, the barista of Le Souffle du Silence. As he spoke, the amused smile on his face grew. At night, however, I become the mysterious private investigator from L'Enigme des Ombres. A decent cover-up. Dash. Afternoon, in the Palais Mermonia. Currently, heavy rain is pouring down on Fontaine. The Ihudex, Neuvillette, who was inside his office, calmly sorted the various papers on his desk. He then picked up another paper and read its contents. With his impartial tone, he muttered to himself, the recent gang war in Poisson. Various members of Spina de Rosala suddenly started initiating a wide purge of any synth-related personnel within Poisson. Reading the report, Neuvillette was silenced for a few seconds. All captured personnel were either imprisoned or severely injured by the Spina de Rosala members. They do know that this is against the law, no. Legally speaking, what Spina de Rosala did was against the law. One of the reasons was public disorder and vigilantism. However, since it was an act against synth, a highly addictive drug, it was seen as a heroic deed by the public. Miss Navia has a lot of explaining to do, Neuvillette muttered with his emotionless tone. Is she perhaps continuing where her father left? He then shook his head. For now, I'll let the Marechaussee Phantom keep a close eye on them. If it escalates further, I'll send the guards. Knock asterisk. Just then, 2 audible knocks came from the door, and soon, a voice outside spoke. Monsieur Neuvillette, another batch of letters about Lady Furina's request arrived. Send them in, Neuvillette spoke, loud enough for the person to hear it. The door opened, and soon, a tiny Melusine wearing a Marechaussee Phantom uniform entered. She was carrying 16 envelopes. Here they are, Monsieur Neuvillette. The Melusine walked over to Neuvillette's desk and placed the handful of envelopes down. Thank you. Neuvillette, who was still seated behind the desk, smiled softly at the Melusine. After saying this, he began looking in the envelopes sent in by detectives and investigators working on the case of the nocturnous masked clown. Speculations about the significance of the tarot card. Possible modus operandi of the masked clown. Theory about the masked clown's high-profile identity. The Ihudex Neuvillette carefully read each letter given by various investigators in Fontaine. Most of them came from his Marechaussee Phantom, while some were from private investigators and agencies. After reading all of them, he took each of their points into account and organized them in his mind. He then looked at the final letter. The Ihudex Neuvillette held it and opened the letter, reading the title. The organization behind the masked clown. A report by L. Mitchell, pseudonym. Another faction speculation. Neuvillette saw the title and couldn't help but associate with other investigators who also had the same thought. Which one would it be this time? The Fatui or the Abyss Order? With curiosity, Neuvillette pulled out the whole letter and saw the neatly written letters inside. He then began reading. He carefully read the letter and during the whole time, his face changed a few times as if he was gaining enlightenment over something. I see. According to this investigator named L. Mitchell, he investigated both Palais Mermonia and the recent trouble in Poisson. The Ihudex Neuvillette grabbed his chin as he held the letter. He found that both of them involved 2 unidentified personnel. A mysterious masked clown here in Palais Mermonia, and someone named Moriarty in Poisson. As he thought of this, Neuvillette laid the letter back onto the desk before looking out the window behind him. 2 seemingly unconnected incidents that involve 2 unidentifiable persons. From a logical point of view, this connection might seem to hold no solid grounds. But L. Mitchell stated something noteworthy. Neuvillette then walked out of his desk and walked over to a cabinet while holding his cane. That is the card that was left behind by the clown. It had the initials of J and M. He speculated that these 2 initials might be the letters of the first names of the masked clown and Moriarty respectively. As he thought of this, Neuvillette couldn't help but caress his cane. Well, the letter M already fits Moriarty. L. Mitchell then investigated further and discovered that the upper echelons of Spina di Rosala had a visitor who claimed to know this Moriarty. Neuvillette contemplated with a solemn expression. And that this visitor greatly resembled the masked clown. This led to L. Mitchell's connection of the 2. The Ihudex Neuvillette then began browsing through some files for a few moments before stopping. Yes. What L. Mitchell proposes might be possible. For there had never been anyone named Moriarty in Fontaine in the last 10 years, Neuvillette muttered to himself after browsing through the thick files in the cabinet. That would mean that Moriarty would either be someone from another nation or that he erased all records of his identity in Fontaine. Or perhaps he doesn't even exist at all. After saying this, Neuvillette returned to his desk and once more looked at the letter. As for the masked clown, L. Mitchell speculated the masked clown and Moriarty were accomplices and part of a newly formed organization. And that this won't be the end of their acts. After summarizing the letter, the Ihudex Neuvillette became silent as he contemplated. He then opened his mouth. It's a decent theory. However, it still lacks proof. It's nothing more than a speculation based solely on coincidences, and no further strong connections have yet been made. He gave his rational and impartial judgment over the letter. But I shall take it into consideration. Before Neuvillette could finish his words, the door to his office suddenly opened, and someone with a white ahogue entered. My dear Ihudex, how are you today? Lady Furina, would you please knock first? You seem to be forgetting your basic manners. Seeing who it was, Neuvillette sighed lightly. Don't be too strict now, Neuvillette. It's just the two of us here in your office, anyway. Furina scoffed as she walked over to his desk. She then saw the letters he was holding and her smile brightened. Oh, are those letters perhaps the investigators I rounded up? Yes, Neuvillette closed his eyes before speaking solemnly. Though, to be honest, Lady Furina, I believe that these people are more interested in solving the case itself than being your informants. What? Furina exclaimed as she looked at him with a doubtful expression. How did you come to that conclusion, my dear Ihudex? You should know better than I, Lady Furina. Neuvillette shook his head. Humans always yearn to uncover some things beyond them. In this nation, where performances and acting are the very basis of society, a sudden appearance of a new performance would more or less attract the attention of the audience. Neuvillette spoke with his calm demeanor. I think we both already know this. If the play is great enough, the audience would want to know more about the actors, rather than the play itself. After saying this, Neuvillette returned to his seat and sat down. I'm other words. They care not for what happened, but who was behind it. Furina was the one to finish the sentence with a sullen expression. After saying this, Furina paused for a few seconds before looking at Neuvillette with firm eyes. If that's the case, then as the center of the stage, I must give my audience a proper denouement. Having said this, Furina quickly took a letter from Neuvillette's desk randomly. I'll be sure of it in this new play, I would personally end it in a spectacular passion. That seems like a bad idea. Neuvillette tried to express his opinions, only to be shot down. And what's a classic mystery story without me, the detective, and a sidekick? After saying this, she paused for a moment before looking at the random letter she picked. L. Mitchell. A pseudonym. Do you know who this is? Neuvillette stared at her for a few moments in silence before sighing. He then called for his Melusine assistant, who was also part of the Marechaussee Phantom. He then signaled to look at the letter Furina was holding. I believe that you've also tracked down this person. We've tracked down every letter sent to Palais Mermonia, Monsieur Neuvillette. The Melusine smiled. Please hold on. The Melusine then reached out for her purse before pulling out a paper. Here you go, Monsieur Neuvillette. The identity of the person who submitted this letter at exactly 2:33 p.m. Haha, great. Furina quickly took the paper and chuckled softly. With this, I'll have a classic mystery-solving performance. It's not my first, but it still excites me. She then looked at the information in the paper. Isaac Alder. Runs a café? Oh, he must be one of those normal at day and enigmatic at night type of investigators. Perfect. Isaac's plan, unironically, worked well on Furina as expected. He'll be the perfect sidekick. However, it seems like his plan worked too well on her. Chapter 31, This isn't a date. 1/5. Ending the case with a performance. Neuvillette heard Furina and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Miss Furina. I do hope that you understand that there had yet never been any other clues that could point to the masked clown. How are you going to put on such an act if there is no trail to follow? Haha, oh my dear Ihudex, there's no need to fret. However, Furina only chuckled at Neuvillette's words. I have already called back all of my informants across Tevat. The moment they come, they'll quickly search Fontaine upside down to search for any clues. She was amused at the plan which she concocted. In the meantime, I, however, would voluntarily act as bait and act as if I had already found traces of the masked clown. This would, in turn, surely agitate the masked clown and won't suspect anything about the real plan. She nodded at herself. She then looked at him with a cheeky smile. Besides, I also took some personnel from the Marechaussee Phantom to help out. Hearing that Furina took some of his personnel without his knowledge, Neuvillette caressed his temple. Lady Furina. The Marechaussee Phantom is under my leadership. Please, don't do this again in the future. Ho ho, don't worry, my dear Ihudex. Furina lightly chortled. This would be the last time I would such a thing, you have my word. The last time I heard you say that was when you borrowed my eyeliner. Now look at where we are. Neuvillette shook his head with a deep sigh. Very well. I will approve the dispatch of a few Marechaussee Phantom personnel. Hee, thank you, Neuvillette. Toodle-oo. Furina softly chortled before running out of his room while carrying a piece of paper. Seeing her leave, Neuvillette shook his head with a solemn face. He then opened his mouth. I can only extend my sincere sympathy to the poor person that she picked on. Of course, he only thought this because Little did he know that the poor lad was not an easy target. Another great day is done. Isaac, who was sweeping the floors of the café, thought with a satisfied expression. I had a decent amount of customers, and even my steamed milk art skills slightly improved. Albeit still a bit wobbly. I should treat myself sometime. It's been a while since I went out. As he thought of this, he suddenly remembered the time when he last went out. But this time, I'll make sure to see if there are any performances, or else I might encounter her again. Isaac then placed the broom on the corner of the café along with the dustpan and sat down on one of the chairs. Oh boy! Changing into a pious believer is gonna be hard. Looking outside, Isaac saw that the skies were already dark. The gentle and cold serene embrace of the night had already seeped into the world. Coffee in the night. I sure do have contrasting tastes. Isaac softly smiled at this thought as his mind began to wander as he looked out in a daze. I love coffee and its rich earthy smell and flavor. Yet I also like the cold tranquility of the night. One that keeps you awake and one that wants you to sleep. Seriously. Isaac then dispersed his thoughts with a wry smile before standing up. Le Souffle silence is about to close. Isaac typically closes at around 7 in the evening, as such, he decided to stick by his schedule. He then started cleaning up the café. He took some things down and lowered the blinders of the windows. After a dozen minutes, the café already looked ready for tomorrow's new day. However, Isaac still had other plans. Now that Le Souffle silence is closed. He then opened the system inventory and took out a new set of clothes he had bought. They were clothes he had personally bought with Mora in real life, instead of the system store. A classic. Putting on the new set of clothes, Isaac smiled lightly. With this, my other profession as Isaac is now set. Currently, he was wearing silver-rimmed glasses. As for his clothes, he wore a white long-sleeved white t-shirt and a darkish brown double-breasted vest on top. Coupled with it were similarly darkish brown trousers and a pair of black boots. Gotta always look your best in this nation, after all. Seeing his reflection in a mirror, Isaac nodded with a faint smile. After all, what you wear signifies who you are, and a classic set of clothes such as these that aren't too uncomfortable are a great choice. Having finished his clothing, Isaac headed to the back door located behind the café. He opened the door, and if not for his tight clothes, he would have felt the piercing chill of the night. Slightly shivering, Isaac sighed. Sheesh. Cold. He then walked out and took something out from his inventory. It was a small sign. On it, these words appeared. L'ennemi des ombres. Yes, this was Isaac's other identity. Although he won't actively accept missions nor give any effort in promoting this side of the business, he planned to use this identity to avoid any unwanted suspicion for his knowledge of certain matters. If one day, he spills out something that he shouldn't, he can just pin the blame on his other profession as a private investigator and say that he investigated the matter. Placing the pocket-sized sign on the door, Isaac nodded to himself. That settles it. Isaac smiled before going back into the café. Closing the door behind him, he couldn't help but do a few quick stretches. It's really cold. Is it about you rain again? I might need a coat in the future. Isaac made a quick mental note before entering the corridor where 4 other doors were present. One door leads to the café, one leads to another bathroom, one is another door that can be used to enter the kitchen, and the last one is to a room that Isaac doesn't use. Isaac walked over to the door nearest to him, which is the room that he doesn't use. He entered and looked around, before lightly nodding his head. Yeah. This would do. Isaac then opened the system shop and bought some items before placing them down in the room. After a few minutes, the previously empty room now had a light bulb, a wooden desk, a blackboard and a mechanical clock. As well as some other miscellaneous items. Perfect. Isaac smiled as he saw the overall aesthetics of the room. Not too far from what I envisioned. From now on, this would be where all my investigation works and whatnots will be. He muttered to himself as he observed the room. If my identity as an investigator still needs proof, this would prove quite useful. He then looked at the clock and saw that it was already about to turn 8 in the evening. She's taking longer than I anticipated. Isaac grasped his chin with a worried expression. Did I miscalculate? Knock asterisk. Before he could finish his words, 2 audible knocks suddenly came from the back door. Oh. Is it her or someone else? Cautious, Isaac took out the revolver he got from the system rewards and placed it on his shoulder holster. Being too cautious at night won't hurt, after all. He then walked out of the investigation room and went to the back door. He prepared himself and cautiously opened it. It was already raining outside, making it a bit difficult to identify the person. Who is it? With a silvery tone, Isaac opened a small opening in the door as he peeked out. What then came to his vision was a figure of someone. Wearing a dark hood and a long trench coat, Isaac wasn't able to fully see the person's face. However, the protruding grayish-white hair from the hood, coupled with the light skin, made Isaac instantly guess who it was. With his deep amber eyes, he looked at her silently before thinking to himself, so she came after all. You must be Isaac Alder, Soon, the voice of the person spoke. From her voice, it was obvious that it was a woman. That is indeed me. Having confirmed who it was, Isaac decided to fully open the door and look at the hooded woman. And you are? Hee hee. The woman lightly chuckled, with her amused smile visible from under her hood. To think I'd meet you again. The person then looked up, revealing her true identity. Mr. Rude Person. Lady Furina. Seeing who it was, Isaac decided to keep a level-headed manner and not to overreact. He just showed a bit of a surprise in his tone. What brings you here? And why did you refer to me as someone rude? Haha, don't think that I have forgotten our first meeting. Furina crossed her arms as she looked at him with a light smile. You were constantly berating me in your mind, weren't you? She was referring to his constant scoffing at Furina at Hotel de Board. Ahem, please understand that those were not in my true intentions. Isaac lightly coughed as he remembered the first time they met. I wasn't there to offend you in any way, really. I was investigating another matter. Oh, you were also on to Viscount Alexander at that time. Furina, however, suddenly showed a perplexed expression. Who? Isaac didn't know who it was. However, he decided to play along. That. And others too. Oh, so you also thought that the nobles present there at that time also had a connection to Viscount Alexander? Furina grasped her chin as she looked at Isaac with an amused smile. I must say, other than me, I believed that no one else knew the connection between those young nobles and how they're connected to Viscount Alexander, who was involved in the synth business. Who and what? I was referring to food. Isaac was lost. However, with what Furina said and piecing some ideas, he had a rough idea of what she was saying. So the young nobles back then were all scheming? What they? It seems like Lady Furina's visit there at that time wasn't also a coincidence. Isaac fixed this silver-rimmed glasses position as he said this. He was trying to play along. As expected of you, Lady Furina. Ho ho, how sharp you are. Furina chortled as she listened to Isaac. Great with this, you've just proved your worth, and therefore be of great help. I don't deserve such praises, Lady Furina. Isaac looked at her with a gentle smile while being modest. However, inside his mind, it was the opposite. Finally. She's about to invite me to be one of her informants. To have a sharp investigator like you as my sidekick, how marvelous it would be. However, before he could finish his thoughts, Furina cut him off. She then looked at him with a face full of anticipation. From now on, you're one of my direct servants. Rejoice in this and revere the position that you have been given. Furina took off her hood, revealing her full face. She then looked at Isaac with a bright expression. For being given such a position is by no means an easy feat, hee hee. I beg your pardon. Isaac was stunned. He was now looking at her with a blank expression. Now come, let us discuss more. Without waiting for Isaac to speak, she invited herself in. Bam, asterisk. And so, the doors close. Now starts chaos. Chapter 32, This isn't a date. 2/5. Sitting down in the investigation room, Isaac and Furina looked at each other in the eye. Isaac saw her heterochromatic eyes, and likewise, Furina also his deep amber eyes. Furina was smiling lightly, and, of course, Isaac was also doing the same. Awkward. However, inside Isaac's mind, he was a bit nervous. She hadn't spoken a single word since she entered. What could she be thinking in that head of hers? Isaac internally sighed. He then decided to break the silence. Ahem. Lady Furina, would you like some tea? Yes. Furina fidgeted for a brief moment before abruptly speaking as she looked at him. I only have Earl Grey, green tea and chamomile tea in my person, what would you like? Isaac asked as he stood up. Chamomile tea would be preferable. Furina smiled wryly. Add 4 cubes of sugar. You really are a sweet tooth. Isaac smiled at her request as he nodded. Then please wait here for a moment. I'll be back in a moment or so. Isaac then bowed to her sincerely before respectfully leaving the room. Better make this quick. Meanwhile, seeing him leave, Furina heaved a deep sigh of relief. Seriously, why was he just staring at me? I thought he would have at least accommodated me with some snacks or tea, but he just sat there staring at me. Truth be told, she was also wary of Isaac. It's a good thing that he offered tea sooner though as expected of my direct servant. Funnily enough, it seemed like Furina was also sharing the same thoughts as Isaac. Now that I looked at him closely eye to eye, Furina then recalled Isaac's appearance in her mind. His demeanor and mannerism really resemble that of Neuvillette. However, if I were to point out something that stands out about him, it's that amber eyes of him. Furina slightly frowned as she remembered Isaac's eyes. I really can't be comfortable around those eyes. It's as if he's always analyzing me. Other than that, his gentle mannerisms and his observant nature fit his profession perfectly. Thinking of this, Furina crossed her legs as she grasped her chin. As I thought, he fits my criteria for the performance I'm planning. All it takes now is for us to enter the stage. Meanwhile, with Isaac in the kitchen, he was silently waiting for the water to boil. Set aside your prejudice, Isaac. He then crossed his arms as he deeply sighed. It's just for one main quest. Yeah, just one main quest. From here on forth, you will be serving Furina. He shook his head. I should be more respectful to her. And more accommodating. Yeah, it's all part of the act. I'm just acting. He assured himself as he smiled wryly. A few minutes passed and Isaac came back into the investigation room carrying a silver plate. Lady Furina, the tea is ready. As Isaac pushed the doors, his words were instantly cut off when he saw what was happening inside. Haha, that's only natural, Mademoiselle Crabaletta. Furina's joyful voice echoed in the room. Sitting down on Furina's lap were 3 hydro constructs. There was an octopus, a seahorse, and a crab present. All 3 of them wore distinct clothing. And she appeared to be playing with them with a bright smile. However, the moment Isaac entered, Furina's smile froze. The 2 then looked at each other in silence. No one uttered a word. Silence filled the room. You saw nothing. Furina was the first to speak as she dissipated her summoned creatures. You will be sentenced to imprisonment for exposing an Archon's secret which is under Fontaine's legal code. I vow to never say anything. Isaac looked at her sternly while lifting his thumb. Blackmail material obtained. Ahem, now then, here's your tea, Lady Furina. Isaac then walked forward and placed her teacup on a table in front of her. Thank you, Furina nodded before taking the cup and gently blowing over it to lower its temperature. She then decided to drink it. Isaac also sat down opposite her and gently blew over his cup as well. If Furina were to relax, how much point would she give? Just after thinking this, Isaac suddenly saw a system notification in front of him. Plus 50. Plus 50. Plus 40. Plus 20. Isaac almost spewed out his drink as he saw the absurd amount of system credits he suddenly received. Thankfully, he was excellent at controlling his facial features. So this is how much a god gives? Holy! How delectable! Just then, Furina stopped drinking her tea and looked at Isaac with a bright smile. If you were to brew this for me every day, I believe that you'll find yourself having a stable position as my servant. It's just a skill that I developed as a barista. Isaac smiled softly at her as he shook his head. As for the matter of brewing it every day for you, forgive me, Lady Furina, but I still have a business to run. I suppose that's true. Furina crossed her arms as she grasped her chin. Very well then. I will be the one to come. Since I can't be seen coming to the same place over and over again, other than the Palais and the Opera House, I believe that meeting in secret would be the best course of action. She nodded at herself as she decided on this matter on her own. Thank you for being considerate, Lady Furina. Isaac fixed his silver eyeglasses as he said this. All right, now that's out of the way, Furina nodded her head before placing down her cup. She then looked at him with a soft smile. It's time for us to discuss why I came here. Wasn't it because of the paper I submitted? Isaac grasped his chin as he asked. That, and another matter too. As she said this, Furina leaned closer and rested her chin on her hands. What I want to do is capturing the masked clown, she declared with a mischievous smile. I needed an assistant, and it just so happened that you were picked. Hearing this, Isaac looked at her with a solemn face. If that's the case, why didn't you just seek help from the guards, Lady Furina? I believe that they have far more personnel and resources for such an operation. Ah, but you see, I have another plan. She appeared to have waited for him to ask this question, evidently from her smile. What I plan is having a distraction. I, the magnanimous god of justice of the nation, the god who listens to her people, shall voluntarily make myself the bait while the true hunters seek out the prey behind the scenes. She smiled proudly at her ingenious plan. The masked clown won't see it coming. And if your theory of an organization is correct, then it will also confuse them. I see. What an excellent plan, Lady Furina. Isaac showed a face of enlightenment before raising her. In reality, he had other thoughts. Your target is right in front of you. And you just spilled your plan in front of him. Isaac didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Or both. Well, at least with this, I can get an upper hand. He internally chuckled. He then looked at her with a soft smile. So, what will you or rather, we do? That's the fun part, my servant. Furina stood up as she looked at him. While the true hunters hunt in the dark, we, on the other hand, shall try to steal as much attention from the masked clown as possible. And what better way is there other than a classic detective performance? She said with a bravado. We can trick the masked clown into thinking that we're on his trail, diverting his attention from the hunters who seek him out. That's why I needed an assistant. She added as she looked at him with her glamorous heterochromatic eyes. After all, a detective can't be complete without a sidekick. I seem to see it now. As he heard this, a frame started appearing inside Isaac's mind. I believe that this plan isn't that bad, Lady Furina. It's evident that you've thought of this thoroughly. Haha, there's no need for such praises. Hearing Isaac, Furina chortled. It's only natural for me to formulate such a plan to capture a vile criminal. Isaac wanted to make a sarcastic remark but decided to just let it go and shake his head with a soft smile. Yet. The two then sat back down and finished their tea while conversing. After a couple of minutes or so, Furina had decided to go back to Palais Mermonia. At the back door of the café, Isaac looked outside and saw that it was still pouring hard outside. Hold on, it's still raining. He then went back into the corridor and returned quickly, this time, carrying an umbrella. Here, have this, Lady Furina. Else your clothes would get drenched. How thoughtful of you. Furina accepted the umbrella without any complaints as she looked at Isaac. You're really fitting your new position. Regarding the plan. Standing before the door, Furina looked at Isaac as she wore her hood. In 2 days, in the afternoon, we shall meet at Poisson, understood? I have no problems, Isaac nodded with a soft smile. However, his face soon changed as if contemplating something. Alright, should I do it? Would it be considered blasphemy? Whatever. It's now or never. Having thought of this, a light mischievous smile soon appeared on Isaac's face. Now that I've thought of it. Doesn't this count as a date, Lady Furina? A date. Hearing the word, Furina was surprised at first before instantly becoming flustered. Don't overthink such things. This isn't a date. Really? Isaac smiled teasingly at her. He was enjoying her reaction. Man, learning this from Miko wasn't a waste, after all. Haha, I'm just teasing you, Lady Furina. Isaac laughed softly. Forgive me, I just can't help myself. Your reactions were too adorable, though. Hearing the word adorable, Furina's face soon had a tinge of red appearing on them as she became flustered. She then pointed at him, that's enough. I'm a god. Are gods an exception to cuteness? Isaac tilted his head in confusion as he looked at her. In my eyes, you don't seem to, though. Why you? Furina then looked at Isaac with a complicated expression before turning around. Stop messing with me. Humph. Bam, asterisk. With a loud thud, Furina immediately left the café, shutting the door behind her. Outside, Furina stood outside of Isaac's door and had a complicated expression. How dare he make fun of me? Calling me cute. I'll remember this. With a flustered face, Furina left the café with the umbrella that Isaac gave her. Meanwhile, Isaac, who was standing still behind the door the entire time, suddenly smiled. With this much, I guess I can be counted as a pious believer now, right? Still though. He then lifted his hand and searched his chin. I wasn't lying. She did look cute. Chapter 33, This isn't a date. 3/5. Isaac's business days went on as usual. Occasionally, the invited characters would come and sit down for a drink. The one who often comes is Miko, who frequently goes to Isaac's manga shelf, while the person who comes the least is Nahida. Isaac didn't know why Nahida didn't come back. To be frank, he was a bit concerned. But since he couldn't do anything for the time being, he just patiently waited for her. The one who often comes, however, is Freminet. Albeit, he was still quite shy and chose to keep to himself most of the time. Other than that, nothing else major happened. The time given by Furina was relatively long, so Isaac had some time to prepare and make some plans. And so, after 2 days of a relatively peaceful and tranquil moment in Isaac's life, the day of Furina's plan finally came. Boarding down a boat, Isaac adjusted his sleeves for a bit. I guess taking a boat here rather than jumping down the aquabus is generally more accepted. And legal. That's right. Right now, he was in Poisson. Since it was still in the morning, Isaac decided to wear breathable clothes. Right now, he was just wearing a white dress shirt with a brown waistcoat on top, with beige trousers and black boots. On his shoulder, however, was a holster where his gun, the quick shot, was located. Coupled with his brown hair that bore slight curls, and a pair of silver-framed glasses, Isaac carried a scholarly air around him. He then took off his glasses and wiped it with a white handkerchief. Although having these glasses doesn't actually help me in any practical way, Isaac thought as he cleaned his glasses. Having them on really suits me, aesthetically speaking. He then returned them to his face and started looking around Poisson, where the boat docked. Now, where is Furina? Isaac looked around and still didn't find anyone who looked remotely like Furina. She must be in Poisson itself. Thinking of this, Isaac decided to walk to Poisson. Thankfully, the boat he took wasn't far, and it only took a few moments for him to reach the entrance to Poisson. Just as Isaac was about to enter, he suddenly saw something in the distance. That's where I left my package. Having remembered the twisted gift he gave to Spina de Rosala, Isaac smiled wryly. Good times. Shaking his head, he decided to enter Poisson. He climbed down a ladder before finally seeing the whole area on a platform. I should have brought a camera. Isaac sighed to himself as he stood on the platform overlooking Poisson. What a shame. Just then, after saying this, a voice suddenly drifted over to his ears. You've arrived, my dear assistant. That must be Furina. Turning his head to look at where the sound came from, his gaze landed on a figure. However, when Isaac saw her, his eyes slowly dilated. That. Standing not far away from him, Furina's face can be seen. She was wearing a white double-breasted vest, and over it was a navy blue overcoat. Coupled with it was a white skirt that reached above her knee. Finally, to finish it off, she had her signature dark blue top hat tipped to the left of her head. How do you do, my dear assistant? Furina walked over to Isaac with a bright leisurely smile. Isaac looked at her with a slightly dazed expression before letting out a single word of his mouth. Beautiful. Why you? Hearing the word, Furina's face quickly changed. Are you still clinging to that absurd idea of yours? I told you, this is not a date. Enough with your teasing. If you insist, Miss Furina. Hearing her response, Isaac smiled gently as he shrugged. But I have to correct you. I wasn't teasing. I was genuine. Isaac merely had an enigmatic smile as he said this. Enough. Soon, a small tinge of red appeared on Furina's face. She then quickly changed the subject. I do hope you're prepared for today's events. For all we know, we might encounter any traces of the masked clown here. Oh? What makes you think that we'll find anything related to the masked clown here? Isaac stood beside her and asked with a curious expression. Hehe, regarding this, it was but a simple move. Furina raised her chin in pride. She then spoke with a bravado. With my utmost highly capable intelligence network, I was able to obtain information that the masked clown was seen here. Highly capable intelligence network. Must be the Marechaussee Phantom. Isaac thought, but he never dared to voice his thoughts. Without interrupting her, Isaac continued to listen. Rumor has it that even Spina de Rosala's boss had met with the masked clown. Additionally, Furina then turned her head over to Isaac. The possibility of an accomplice in your letter fits well with this information. HOH? So I speculated correctly? The masked clown and the mysterious Moriarty in Poisson are connected. Isaac faked a slightly surprised expression as he said this. Furina nodded. Yes. You have once again proven your excellent observational skills. As expected of my assistant, I knew I wasn't wrong in my judgment when I picked you. I bet you picked me randomly. But who cares? Sajiga, Furina-sama. Isaac lampooned to himself. He then changed the subject. Now then, shall we start? Very well. Furina nodded her head. She then looked at Poisson. With Isaac, she started walking down the platforms to Poisson. While walking, Isaac suddenly had a thought. He then turned his head over to Furina. Now that I've thought about it. Do you not require security, Lady Furina? Since we're doing this with just the two of us, there's a possibility that we'll get into some sort of trouble. He said as he fixed his glasses position. Doesn't having one or two people protecting you more sensible? Continue doing this, and you'll one day encounter Arlecchino attacking you. Isaac, remembering the events in the game, internally sighed. You were attacked while playing with a cat, without any security around. Seriously? Hearing Isaac's words, Furina hummed to herself as she pondered for a moment. That's something I've thought of too. Furina crossed her arms. However, I want this play to be just the two of us. It's a classic novel, Isaac, Furina smirked as she slightly tilted her head. A detective that is the star of the show solves the case while you, the assistant, shall help and protect me. That gun on your holster proves this point. She pointed at Isaac's gun as she said this. She then pointed at herself. Besides, who would even dare to harm me? I am the god of justice. Whoever tries to harm me shall face divine retribution. So who has the guts? The Fatui. Isaac thought but kept this thought to himself. After hearing her reasoning, Isaac grasped his chin and made a face as if he was enlightened. I see. It's a great plan, Miss Furina. In that case. Then. Muttering to himself, Isaac spoke with a solemn tone. I just have to watch over you. Protect you and never let you out of my sights. I'll always be by your side. If this nation's Archon gets hurt, then it will without a doubt cause public concern. Isaac thought to himself. There's already the looming danger of the prophecy making people worry. There's no need to add more fuel to the fire. Isaac had genuinely good intentions. However, Furina seems to have misunderstood it. Hearing what Isaac said, her face froze for a moment before looking at him. With a bit of red hue on her face, she stuttered for a bit. Ah why yes, do work well and protect me, hee. What a pious servant, you are. She added with a light smile as she placed her hands behind her. Isaac turned his head and looked at her, and saw that she was fidgeting with her hands behind her back. Is she nervous? Or perhaps thinking of something? A slightly surprised expression soon appeared on Isaac's face. Oh my! Dash! Isaac and Furina went according to their plan. They first asked some questions to some people regarding the masked clown. They went around from the entrance of Poisson to the commercial area. Walking beside Furina, Isaac held a notepad coupled with a pencil. Nothing's working. Everyone's keeping their mouth shut. You're right, Furina nodded her head as she also held a notepad. Spina de Rosala might be limiting the amount of people from knowing about their encounter with the masked clown. Well, it's understandable, Isaac shrugged. From their perspective, having a connection to a highly sought criminal would just be staining their name. Like the unfaithful Callas wasn't enough, Furina scoffed as she threw a passing comment. Isaac became silent when he heard this. He waited for a few moments before opening his mouth. Did you actually believe that Sir Callas was unfaithful, Lady Furina? Hearing this, Furina curiously turned her head. She then replied with a nonchalant tone, of course. All evidence was laid out in front of him, and he even willingly challenged a champion duelist to try and regain his innocence. Although his case was entertaining, the oratrice had made its final judgment. She shrugged. If the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal says he's guilty, then he's guilty. Isaac listened to her silently before sighing. He decided to not speak further. Why were you? Just then, before Furina could continue her sentence, someone suddenly took notice of them. Hey? Lady Furina. A voice of a woman drifted over to them. Looks like another fan. Before Isaac could finish his words, he suddenly recognized whose voice those words came from. Wait. He then turned around and saw who it was. It really is her. Navia. Furina heard someone call for her and turned her head, to which she saw the familiar blonde-haired boss of Spina di Rosala. It really is you. Navia saw Furina clearly and walked over to her. Behind her were Silver and Melis. Navia then turned her head and looked at the person beside Furina. Oh, aren't you that barista? We meet again, demoiselle. Isaac lightly smiled at her. Though, right now, I'm an investigator. Not a barista. So you're the new president of Spina di Rosala. Furina, beside Isaac, looked at Navia. That is indeed me, Navia nodded. What are you doing here, Lady Furina? We are currently investigating something here in Poisson, Furina answered as she crossed her arms. It's something related to. She then looked at Navia with sharp eyes. The masked clown. I believe that you know something about this matter. I see. Hearing Furina's purpose, Navia's face quickly turned solemn. If Lady Furina wishes for Spina di Rosala to help, then we will extend our assistance. However, right now, we are busy dealing with some other matters. So please, Lady Furina. If you can, please leave. Navia said as politely as possible. Isaac watched on the sidelines with a blank expression. Is Navia perhaps thinking of? Just then, while thinking, another person joined the conversation. Navia, we still don't know if we can trust if the letter came from the masked clown. It's better to. There you are. Seeing who it was, Isaac's forehead vein started throbbing. He almost wanted to smile but stopped himself. The leader of Confrérie of Cabrières, and the one who distributes synth all over Poisson. Marcel no. Vacher. How badly Isaac wanted to draw his gun right now. Chapter 34, This isn't a date. 4/5. Uncle Marcel. Navia recognized who approached them and turned around. Oh right, we. Ahem. Just then, Navia heard someone clearing their throat and disrupting her sentence. Turning around, she saw Furina's suspicious gaze. Have I perchance heard you mention the masked clown giving you a paper? On the side, Marcel spoke in shock. Oh. My, if it isn't Lady Furina. The middle-aged man, who had blonde hair and a silver eyeglass, said in surprise. It's a pleasure to meet you. Not bad. Isaac rolled his eyes as he saw Marcel's acting. Worse compared to mine though. The pleasure is all mine. Furina smiled with elegance as she looked at Marcel. She then turned to Navia. Well then. About that letter. You would let me see it, right? Lady Furina, this is. Navia looked at Furina with a calm expression, however, to Isaac, it was obvious that she was feeling helpless. What's gotten her so anxious? Isaac thought. He then looked at the note Marcel was holding. I didn't send that letter. That means. His deep amber eyes then moved to Marcel, who looked innocent in the situation. Trying to use my name, hey. Isaac had to be honest. He wasn't noble, nor have a strong sense of justice to the point that he'll become a brainless protagonist of some novel. However, the urge to shoot Marcel was so overwhelming that Isaac had to bite his lips to stop himself. He had admitted it before. He was nice to those nice to him, and preferred peace rather than violence. However, he was also someone who never forgets conflicts and grudges. How petty of me! Isaac's deep amber eyes glistened as he silently observed the situation. Call down, Isaac. Isaac drew in some air and sighed lightly. Now's not the time. He'll have his time. He thought as his eyes focused on Marcel. The events of the game soon flashed in his mind. Right. He'll get what he deserves in time. And I'll be there to make it worse for him. Right now, Isaac was quietly brewing up a plan. Yet, your life would end spectacularly once every cast is present. He then decided to speak up. Excuse me. But may I ask when and where you received that letter? Navia looked at Isaac and hesitated before speaking. Oh, it was found inside a dead body near the docks a few hours ago. Isaac heard this and nodded lightly before writing it down in his notepad. However, Deep inside, he was fuming. How tasteless! If you're going to use my name, at least make a spectacle out of it. Yug. A dead body. Furina, on the side, asked. Her face then showed signs of anger. That scoundrel! He even committed murder. Calm down, Lady Furina. Navia sighed as she shook her head. For now, we still haven't found out if it's the real masked clown or an imposter. That's why we were thinking of confirming it. She added with a firm tone. If it's the masked clown we will capture him, and if not, the imposter will pay for playing with Spina di Rosala. Isaac heard this and his ears perked up for a bit. Hey! From the way she words it. Strange, why is she protecting me? Isaac noticed Navia's abnormality. It was obvious that Navia didn't want the officials to capture the masked clown, him. He then made a bold guess. Does she perhaps feel somewhat indebted to me for pointing out the primordial seawater and its relation to what her father was investigating? Yeah, that guess might be not far off the mark. He nodded to himself before leaning over to Furina and nudging her a bit. Furina sensed Isaac's nudging and was just about to retaliate when she noticed Isaac's signal. Ask her about the paper. Oh right. Yes. Thank you for the reminder, my assistant. Although they didn't verbally speak, they instantly knew what the other meant. She then looked at Navia. Well, in that case, what exactly was written on the letter given to you by the masked clown? Navia hesitated to answer, however, in the end, she agreed. She then looked at Marcel. Uncle Marcel, please give the paper to Lady Furina. Okay. Marcel also hesitated for a moment before handing the paper. Thank you. Isaac was the first to take it before showing it to Furina. This is... Isaac read the paper and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Meet me at this location during sunset. There, you shall receive answers. It was a short letter, however, each word was written neatly. At the bottom, a map and coordinate was present. Dog *T. Isaac cursed internally. I would never write anything like this. At most, I would have given Navia a riddle. This is not in character at all. Isaac complained inside his mind. You have no taste, Valker. Killing women serially for the last 20 years must have fried your brain. Isaac's forehead's vein throbbed. He was enraged and offended. Professionals have standards. He drew in some air and sighed. Not this garbage. He then calmed down. Well, it seems straightforward. Isaac cleared his throat as he said with his usual languid voice. A little too much, if you ask me. Ugh, how dull. Furina read the letter and expressed her opinion. The masked clown should have at least given a riddle or something. I'm starting to suspect that this isn't him at all. See? It's not just me. Isaac wanted to high-five Furina right now, but his circumstances didn't allow that. He then nodded, Miss Furina is right. This letter is not only to the point but also lacks creativity, in other words, bland. That's right. Furina turned her head and proudly looked at Isaac. She then looked at Navia and Marcel. So as you see, me and my assistant agree that this has no bravado in it, unlike what the masked clown showed in Palermonia. Still, Furina raised her forefinger. It has come to our understanding that this should be investigated. Right, my dear assistant. She looked beside her and raised her head. Due to their small height difference, she had to look up to Isaac from time to time. Her height was somewhere around 168 centimeters, whereas Isaac was around 180 centimeters. In other terms, about 2.77 baguettes and 2.58 baguettes, respectively. Well, Isaac had to be honest. This was obviously a trap set up by Marcel to lure in and dispose of Navia. Well, I can't just let her walk into this ploy. Seriously. Isaac drew in some air and sighed to himself. He then nodded. I agree with Miss Furina. It could very well be a trap, Navia interjected. That's why we of Spina di Rosala would investigate this ourselves. Haha, there's no need, however, Furina was adamant about the solo investigation. From here on out, we shall take over this case. That? Navia didn't know how to answer. Furina was just making decisions on her own. Let me discuss it with the others first. That's fine. Furina smiled before quickly turning around. This could lead to a clue. Furina quickly whispered to Isaac with excitement. We could make a breakthrough with the masked clown with this. Or get ambushed. Isaac gave a wry laugh. I think we should get a bit of help from Spina di Rosala, Miss Furina. What? No, no, no. Hearing Isaac's suggestion, Furina quickly retorted. This is our case. We just found an important lead. We have to do this ourselves. Yes, but... Isaac tried to reason with her, but he was once again overwhelmed. No. However, Furina only stubbornly stuck to her choice. Furina turned to Navia and Marcel before smiling. I appreciate the information. We'll take it from here. Toodle-oo. With this, she turned around and started running. But not before dragging Isaac by the arm and taking him with her. What? Lady Furina. Navia, who was discussing with Marcel and her two attendants, turned around and looked at Furina and Isaac's running figures departing quickly. Meanwhile. Hey wait! Miss Furina. Isaac, who was being dragged by Furina, wanted to escape. However, when he tried to get out, a water construct resembling handcuffs formed around his wrists. What the? Lady Furina, please be reasonable. Seeing the water constructs, Isaac's face became helpless. We could have cooperated with Miss Navia back then. As my assistant. However, Furina, who was walking in front of Isaac, muttered with a heavy tone. You only follow me, no one else. She then turned around, revealing her luminescent light and deep droplet-shaped pupils. You said it yourself, didn't you? That you'll watch over and never leave my side during this case. Keep your word. After saying this, Furina turned her head and continued running without saying anything else. Looking at Furina's determined and solemn face, Isaac more or less figured out that her decision could no longer be changed. He then sighed to himself, we would definitely get hurt. However. Isaac then turned around and looked at Navia and Marcel who were running behind them. His eyes narrowed down to Marcel. Here's a little gift from Gehrman for staining his name. Misfortune. Isaac thought. As soon as he thought of this, a dark indiscernible fog appeared around his fingertips. A normal person wouldn't be able to see the fog unless they give deeper attention to Isaac. Isaac's eyes then looked at Marcel. He then made the decision. Misfortune, low level. Isaac thought. Shortly after using this skill, he felt a bit of his energy being depleted, making him feel a tiny bit mentally fatigued. Success. Seeing the notification from the system, Isaac smiled before looking back to Furina's back in front of him. For now, just have a low-level misfortune. I wouldn't want you dying now, would I? Isaac's misfortune skill works quite simply. Basically, it targets the target's negative karma and increases the chance of their karma biting them back. In other words, the more evil or negative karma someone has, the stronger the misfortune skill would work on them. As for Marcel, who had been murdering women for his experiment for the last 2 decades. Well, it was obvious that he'd get the most terrible calamities. With this matter done, Isaac focused his attention on Furina once more. He then started pondering as he also ran with her. Was she always like this? I know that she's quite stubborn. But what she did back then was not only hasty but also stupid. Whatever. Isaac shook his head with a sign. He then smiled softly. For now, I should focus on the present. He then catched up and ran beside Furina. Quite the show you put on, Miss Furina. Isaac chuckled lightly as he jumped over a crate. As much as you want to resolve this matter, please do remember to look out for your well-being also. What you did back then was quite hasty. Ugh, now you're starting to sound like Neuvillette too. Furina rolled her eyes before increasing her speed. Seeing her distance herself from him, Isaac was stunned at first before letting out a light laugh. Seriously? What a troublesome archon I have. As Isaac said this, he failed to notice the flustered face of the person running in front of him. Chapter 35, This isn't a date. 5/5. Are we there yet? Furina said with a groan. Almost there. Lady Furina. Isaac said before softly sighing. He then looked at the white-haired god next to him. Seriously? This could have been easier if we cooperated with Spina di Rosala, you know. No. Furina quickly rejected the idea once more. Isaac could only shake his head helplessly at his archon's stubbornness. Currently, both of them were at Elena's, the home of the Melusines. They were following the coordinates in the map given in the letter. They had been walking up a mountain for 20 minutes now. Ugh, it's nothing but walking. Ooring. Furina crossed her arms as she pouted. She then eyed Isaac, just how much longer? Let me see. Isaac sighed before taking out the paper in his pocket. We have to walk another half an hour hike from our location. What? Hearing that it was a long hike, Furina showed a stunned expression. Her face then quickly changed, maybe this was a bad plan, after all. She changed her mind so fast. Isaac felt amused as he witnessed the quick change in the mood of Furina. Placing the paper inside his pocket once more, Isaac smirked. There's no going back now. We've already made it this far. This is, after all, your decision. Isaac smiled mischievously as he said this. Hearing this, Furina instantly understood what he meant. All right. Point taken. Ugh. But seriously, I can't keep this up anymore. My legs are already sore. Furina complained as she walked behind Isaac. We've only been walking for less than an hour. Isaac muttered to himself with a blank expression. Yet. This kind of work doesn't suit you. You're better off in opera epic lace. Hold on. Just then, while walking, Isaac suddenly had a thought. He then grasped his chin as he pondered before nodding. He then stopped walking and began crouching. Seeing him crouch, Furina wore a confused expression. What are you doing? If you're already tired. Isaac said as he turned his head. Then let me carry you on my back. What? Hearing this, Furina's face quickly became flustered. She then quickly retorted, Are you serious? I may not look like it, but I have a lot of stamina, Isaac muttered with a flat tone. I can easily carry you while hiking. Isaac was serious. To improve his physique, he had been increasing his stamina while in the café. Sometimes, when there were no customers, he would do some moderate exercises to increase not only his strength but also his stamina. I can't always rely on my brain, after all. I also need bronze. Isaac thought. I need them gains. Seeing the seriousness in Isaac's tone, Furina hesitated at first as she looked around. In the end, she clutched her hands to a fist before walking near Isaac's back. Why, you better not say anything regarding this to anyone. Another blackmail material obtained. Isaac thought solemnly before curling up a soft smile. I won't. Furina looked at Isaac's back for a moment before getting near and pressing her body against his. What am I doing? Furina thought with a flushed expression as she hesitantly pressed more of her body. On a second thought. Up we go. Before she could finish her words, Isaac suddenly grabbed both of her thighs and lifted her in quick succession. Kaye. Surprised by Isaac's actions, Furina lost balance and both of them almost fell over. Bloom asterisk. Suddenly, something stopped them from falling over completely. Whoa, that was a close one. Isaac drew in some air as he looked behind him. On his waist, he saw his dendrovision glowing, and from it, thick vines extended down to the ground, preventing him from falling over. Man, I rarely use it, but it sure does help a lot in these kinds of situations. Isaac felt like his vision needed more love and attention. He then looked at Furina above him. Please refrain from doing abrupt actions, Lady Furina. Understood. His deep amber eyes looked at her directly. Well. Furina saw his eyes and stuttered before ultimately nodding lightly. All right. Seeing her reaction, a warm gentle smile appeared on Isaac's face. Good. Well then. Holding Furina's thighs tighter with his soft yet firm hands, Isaac began walking once more. Let's go. Dash. Isaac and Furina traveled down a dirt path for half an hour. Unsurprisingly, this wore Isaac down. Coupled with the fact that Isaac walked under the blazing sun, it just made the situation worse. Seeing a nice open clearing, Isaac decided to take a break. Let's catch a breather here. He then slowly crouched down and let Furina stand on the ground. After climbing down Isaac, Furina hesitated before asking a question. I wasn't heavy, was I? No, you were quite light, Isaac said bluntly as he stretched his body. I'm actually worried that you might not be eating well enough. Ha, me? Not eating enough? The audacity to say such a thing. Furina sneered. I'll let you know that I have a full-course meal 3 times a day, and whenever I want them. They're not just sweets. Right. Isaac said in a joking manner. Furina became silent. Seeing her silence, Isaac's face changed. He then had an idea of why she was silent. Wait. Don't tell me. Anyway. Isn't this view nice? Furina didn't let Isaac continue speaking as she pointed at the scenery behind him. Isaac saw her desperate attempt to change the subject. In the end, he gave in. He then looked at where she was pointing. Yet, a vast scenery was laid out in front of them. Because they climbed a mountain, they had a vintage point of view. A flowing waterfall beneath them was present, and in the distance, the vast blue ocean was seen. As it was already 4 in the afternoon, the golden blanket of the sun setting in the distance laid over the lands. A soft and warm tinge swept over Isaac and Furina as they both got entranced in the view. Coupled with the cicerus winds blowing from afar, the scene soon turned serene. It was an inexplicable scene beyond words. Like a beautiful painting that came to life and graced the two's vision. It combined beauty, tranquility, and the warmth of the sunset into an amalgamation of beauty. Isaac's eyes then moved to Furina's figure. Her body was outlined with the golden rays of the sunlight as she too looked at the scene with her hands behind her. She then turned around and looked at Isaac, her innocent and bright smile present unlike that of the false bravado she always puts on. Her hair then swayed in the wind, as if dancing to the current. It's breathtaking, isn't it? She said with a serene voice. This is the magnificence of Fontaine. Isaac looked at her and saw her boastful face and soon, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Yet, it's... His deep amber eyes then reflected her figure. Gorgeous. Hee, isn't it? Furina heard Isaac's words and couldn't help but agree with a bright smile. This is dangerous. Isaac thought as he saw her smile. His heart soon thumped hard. Very dangerous. Tac asterisk. Just then, the sound of a twig breaking was caught by Isaac's sharp ears. Alerted, he quickly looked at the source of the sound. Who's th? Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly met with the source of the sound. What the f? Isaac looked at what was behind them and almost cursed out loud. What the heck are these? Currently, more than 30 clockwork mechas suddenly appeared. No, it was more accurate to say that they had been waiting. Were these things supposed to be the ones to off Navia? A sweat soon dropped from Isaac's temple. Hey? What are those doing here? Furina saw where Isaac was looking and asked in curiosity. Shouldn't they be? Lady Furina, stay back. Isaac blocked her with his hand as he pulled out his revolver and pointed it at the mechas. Those aren't guard MX. He then looked around their surrounding and found a large boulder within a safe distance. He then told Furina, when I ask you to go, run to the boulder to the right and hide. What are you thinking of doing? Seeing the hostility in Isaac's eyes towards the mechas, Furina became a little frightened. You aren't thinking of fighting those things alone, right? Just do it, Lady Furina. Isaac's voice drifted to her. He then saw the mechas each pull out their gun. *T. Now. Without waiting for her reply, Isaac pushed her away and used his vision to generate a wall of dendro to cover Furina. **. Soon, thick vines emerged from the ground and made a temporary wall. Run. Now. Isaac said as he peered over the vine wall and aimed his revolver. Furina looked at him hesitantly for a few seconds before nodding and running to the boulder. Bang! Isaac's gun hit a target in precision. It was a headshot. However, as a side effect, Isaac suffered a slight dizziness for a few seconds. Gah, I hate this side effect. Rotating his cylinder, Isaac shot 3 consecutive shots as he retreated to the boulder Furina ran to. After hiding behind the boulder, confusion and dizziness swept over him. Ack! How did it come to this? Isaac thought as the dizziness slowly dissipated. He then reloaded his revolver and shot back at one of the mechas. He then turned over to Furina beside him. Afterward, he cast his gaze at the cliff next to her. A dangerous thought soon sprouted in his mind. Lady Furina. I have a way for both of us to escape this predicament. He said as he reloaded his revolver. And it requires your power. Me. Furina pointed at herself. What do I need to do? We're gonna jump down the cliff next to us and into the lake below the waterfall, Isaac said as he tried his best to hide his agitation. Before we hit the lake, you control the water to catch us. Got it. That's... Hearing his plan, Furina was momentarily stunned. She then blurted out, that's lunacy. I know, Isaac said as he adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. He then grabbed Furina's arm. Well then, shall we? He then peered out of the boulder and shot one of the mechas. Afterward, he held Furina and dragged her with her arm. Wait. I don't want to die yeet. Furina tried to stop Isaac, but it was futile. Whoosh asterisk. Their figures then leaped off the cliff. Isaac's calm and slightly manic face, coupled with Furina's terrified and shocked face, made the scene a bit humorous. Furina was squealing in terror while Isaac was merely smiling with a smile laced with lunacy. As their figures fell, so did the lake's surface was nearing. Seeing this, Isaac looked at Furina at midnight. Lady Furina, do it now. Why yes. Furina was stunned for a second before manipulating the hydro elements present in the lake to form water tendrils. Those water tendrils soon extended and merged with Isaac and Furina's bodies, stopping the momentum of their fall. However, that's all they did. Isaac and Furina's bodies still went through the water before falling into the lake, this time, with less momentum. Splash, asterisk. Isaac and Furina's figure fell into the lake, and soon, both of them floated to the top. Afterward, the two of them swam to the shore. You madman! Furina, who got to the shore and sat down, looked at Isaac. What were you thinking dragging me to a free fall like that? That could count as an attempted assassination. All right, sorry. Contrary to her enraged expression, Isaac, who was lying down on the shore, smiled amusingly. But it was fun, wasn't it? Hearing this question, Furina, who was sitting beside Isaac, became silent. Well. It was indeed exhilarating. See? Even gods aren't an exception to thrills. Isaac laughed lightly. I guess, with this. Isaac then slowly stood up. This time the sunset's warm tinge of light blanketed over his drenched figure. With his alluring deep amber eyes and his soft warm smile, he spoke with a light laugh. This date had been quite worthwhile, no? Hearing what he said, a small tinge of red appeared on Furina's face. However, when she saw his drenched figure, the redness in her face extended more. With a stuttering voice, she once more retaliated. However, this time, instead of a flustered enraged tone, it was more of a shy soft tone. This isn't a date. Chapter 36, It is what it is. Time moved, and Isaac and Furina concluded their investigation. They reached a consensus and agreed that it was a trap set up by the masked clown to ambush Spina di Rosala's president, Navia. Isaac didn't have much to say about this matter. After all, he hadn't anticipated that Marcel would attempt to assassinate Navia then and there. As such, he wasn't able to prepare anything for such a scenario. In the end, he just pinned the blame on his other persona. However, he had already sworn friendly relations with Spina di Rosala. How could he let his connections to them fall through? For now, though, he was just letting everything go with the flow. If this matter spreads, then the masked clown's name would gain notoriety. In the future, he'll try to make amends if possible. Court of Fontaine, 7:30 in the evening. The silent and forever serene moon quietly hovered above the inhabitants of the world as the night deepened. Walking down the pathway to Palais Mermoya, Isaac and Furina's figures can be seen under the moonlight. They seem to be conversing, due to the smiles and laughs present coming from them. Isaac was holding a brown waistcoat and a navy blue overcoat. Since their clothes got drenched, it was only natural to take them off. Here we are, Isaac stopped as he looked up the palette. He then looked over to Furina and handed her overcoat to her. Your coat, my lady. This investigation had been quite joyous. Well done. Furina looked at Isaac and smiled as she took the overcoat. You are indeed an excellent investigator. I don't deserve such praise. Isaac lightly chuckled. Moreover, I'm merely helping you, Lady Furina. I was just glad to be of help. And going out with you was a breath of fresh air for me. Isaac lightly smiled as he said this. Hee, that's to he expected. Furina chuckled also. Such things are bound to happen when you're in my presence. Isaac nodded. Well then, have a good evening, Lady Furina. I bid you adieu. Hearing this, Furina chuckled to herself for a moment before smiling warmly. Yet. Farewell. Soon, people from the guards appeared, ready to escort Furina back to Palais Mermoya. Isaac didn't move and stood firmly as he watched her depart. He then sighed lightly as he cleared a stiff neck. This mission turned out better than I expected. Turning around, Isaac looked at the quest tab once more and found that he still had 5 days left until the quest ended. 5 more days with Furina. Isaac's mind then started to drift as thoughts of scenarios like what happened today flashed in his mind. He then stood still, and soon, chuckled lightly. I guess it won't be so bad. Having thought of this, Isaac decided to finally return to his sanctuary, his café. Proceed to investigate the matter. Leave a few informants around the area. Inside the Chief Justice's office, Neuvillette spoke as his calm and solemn voice fell upon a Melusine. As you wish, Monsieur Neuvillette. The Melusine, who was part of Marechaussee Phantom, nodded before turning around. Just then, right before the Melusine was just about to open the door to leave, the door opened widely as a figure dashed through it. It was none other than Furina. My dear Ihudex. Furina said in a good mood. How do you do? Neuvillette, who saw Furina suddenly barge in, sighed inwardly. Knock first, Lady Furina. That is common etiquette. Yet, I'll remember. Furina rolled her eyes. She then changed the subject. Hehe, can you guess how my investigation went? I suppose excellent. Neuvillette said. Judging from your overall mood right now. That's right. Furina said before sitting down on the side of his table. It was the most glorious investigation I had. It was packed with suspense, mystery, and action. She was exaggerating a bit too much. Hearing this, one of Neuvillette's eyebrows slightly lifted. I thought that your part was only a decoy. Well, that's... Hearing this, Furina, who was in the middle of showing off, suddenly got flustered. Well, it turned out better than I had anticipated. Your assistant? The ever-so-sharp Ihudex instantly made a speculation. His name was Isaac, was it not? Ugh, don't even get me started with him. Suddenly, Furina swiftly crossed her arms as she pouted. He's such an inconsiderate fool. A jerk. A sharp jerk. A reckless fool. A smart fool. The scene of Isaac's face soon flashed in her memory. His deep languid amber eyes seemed to hide the abyss, yet given odd tranquility, was the most prominent. Along her words, Furina's face suddenly shifted from her previous enraged expression to that of a complicated expression. Neuvillette watched silently as Furina spiraled down a swift emotional swing. He then opened his mouth. I wager that he was someone worth being around with. Yes, you could say that. Furina stopped fiddling with her fingers and nodded. Though he has some unique quality about him. His presence had significantly made my performance much better than I had anticipated. Furthermore, he was a great assistant. Knows exactly what to suggest at the best of times. As she said this, Furina walked over to a sofa and sat down. It seems that you had a lot of fun. Neuvillette watched her walk to the sofa and lightly scoffed. Well, no matter. While you were busy with your... Neuvillette paused for a moment and thought over the next word he was about to say. In the end, he chose another word. Performance. Your informants and the Marechaussee Phantom had gathered a quite significant amount of information. After saying this, Neuvillette took out a portfolio from his desk and placed it on top. It seems like Mr. Isaac's speculations were right after all. What do you mean? Furina stood up and took the portfolio. After opening it, she immediately saw the reports from her informants, spies, as well as the members of the Marechaussee Phantom. Neuvillette leaned back as he held his cane beside him. The Marechaussee Phantom had an extended investigation in Poisson, and, from what we gathered, the presence of the masked clown and the one who appeared in Poisson with a twisted gift are present and connected. After saying this, Neuvillette drew in some breath and sighed lightly. Through this, we found that... Wait, how did the Marechaussee Phantom even gather these anyway? Suddenly, Furina was reading the portfolio, interrupted him, and raised her head, showcasing her swaying ahogue. Through convenient means. Neuvillette did not specify. However, his solemn tone did not make his words sound amiable at all. Oh! Furina instantly knew what Neuvillette meant and her face darkened. She then swayed her hand. Do continue. As I was saying. Neuvillette shook his head as he picked up from where he left off. Through persuasion. The Marechaussee Phantom convinced some members of Spina de Rosala to leak the information to us. After repeated confirmation, it had come to our conclusion that... Neuvillette's eyes then turned sharp as he looked at the portfolio Furina was holding. The masked clown, and the mysterious gift sender, are associates. The masked clown and the gift sender, hey! Furina read the portfolio and an amused smile formed on her face. These names are getting more attractive by the minute. Wait, who even comes up with them? Neuvillette didn't mind her comment and continued working. Connecting this with Monsieur Isaac's theory. It matches well. Neuvillette then stood up. There may very well be a new group or faction hidden in Fontaine. As for their motives, it is completely unknown. The case of the nocturnous masked clown and the bloodied gift of the night shall now be one of our top priorities next to the prophecy and the fatui, Neuvillette said as he adjusted his jabot. He then looked at Furina. Do you have any objections, Lady Furina? None at all. Furina lowered the portfolio and looked at Neuvillette. She then stood up. Well then, if you'll excuse me, I'll have a bath now. Toodle-oo. With that said, Furina turned around and waved her hand as she walked out of the room. Neuvillette watched her in silence, and soon, a silent and solemn thought emerged from this dragon's mind. Isaac Alder. He amuses her and she likes it. Neuvillette judged. He then shook his head as he looked out the window in silence. I never would have thought that I'd see such a scene in my long life. I'd like to observe and see where this will go. Dash. The next day. A new day had once more dawned upon the land of Fontaine, waking up those who were needed in their respective work. Isaac was no different. He woke up at 8 sharp and prepared himself for another day in the café. At around 9 in the morning, Isaac finally opened his café and silently sat behind the counter with a cup of cappuccino in his hand. Hey. Yawning, Isaac once more lifted his cup, cradling it, and taking a sip. He then blinked twice. Life's good. I sure do hope nothing bad would happen today. Ding asterisk. Before Isaac could finish his mutterings, the door of the café suddenly opened, triggering the bell on the door. Good morning, are you perhaps Isaac? A woman with a pale complexion, bright turquoise eyes, and salmon pink-colored shoulder-length hair barged in. She was wearing a Steambird journalist uniform and had a monocle on her left eye. Isaac saw her and quietly took a sip of his coffee. You know what? I'm too placated to even overreact. It is what it is. Ding asterisk. Just then, the door of the café chimed once more, and a new person suddenly barged in. Is Isaac Alder here? This time, a woman with dark purple hair that turned slightly red at the end entered. She was wearing a pointy witch hat. Oh come on, who else would want to come in? Isaac took a sip of his coffee as he looked outside. He then saw Linny and Lynette walking while carrying a bunch of crates. Not far away from them was the champion duelist, Clear-End. You know what? Never mind. It is what it is. He decided to stop jinxing himself. Here we go. He then stopped drinking his coffee and stood up. He then looked at the two ladies before warmly and courteously smiling at them. Welcome, Belle's dames, what would the two of you have? Time for another hustle. Chapter 37, I'm just that guy. Nice to meet you, I'm Charlotte. The woman with the monocle said as she extended her hand over the counter. You better not have a spare monocle on you. Isaac sized her up and inwardly lampooned. Monocles are scary. He then looked at Charlotte with a courteous gaze, coupled with his usual languid soft smile. Nice to meet you, Demoiselle Charlotte. Is there? As if knowing what Isaac was about to say next, Charlotte interrupted him. I'll get straight to the point. I want to know your secret. That's a bit too straightforward, miss. Isaac kept his sincere smile. He then curled up a sly smile. Well, to be honest, I would sometimes look up at the cosmos and just take in the tranquil night. Does this secret count? What? Oh, no, no, no. Listening to Isaac, Charlotte quickly shook her head as she swayed her hands. I meant the secret of your café. Recently, it's been given positive reviews by various accounts. The captain of the Mason Guardianage, some well-known merchants, and a few nobles have garnered your store's interest. Charlotte said as she read a list that she took out from her pocket. The list just goes on. According to their review, they loved the tranquility of the café as well as Barista's stark attitude and calm-inducing words. She said as she nudged her monocle. They loved it so much that they frequented it whenever they have the chance. This caused some common people to believe that this café is a high-end gathering place for the wealthy, thus, they didn't dare to barge right in. She finished with this line. Hearing Charlotte, Isaac's mind turned numb. Wait. Is that the reason why I'm barely getting any new customers? He had never been aware of such matters. As for his regular customers, to be honest he did found them to look rich, but never did he thought that they were that rich. I just thought that some of them were a bunch of nouveau riche. He lampooned. Damn you, Murphy's Law. He then placated himself and waved his hand. With a faint smile, he shook his head. No, they were exaggerating, surely. I'm merely someone who loves my line of work. And that's exactly why I'm interested in your story. Charlotte said as she brought her chimera up. She then looked at Isaac with expectant eyes. The ability to garner so much attention yet being also so humble and enigmatic. Now that's newsworthy. Would you mind being interviewed for a while? I promise that your store would have great publicity once it's published in the Steambird. An interview, Isaac thought for a moment as he grasped his chin in contemplation. I guess it won't be that bad. Moreover, this is a great chance to attract new customers. He controlled his facial expression from putting on a sly smirk as he thought of this. After weighing the pros and cons, Isaac nodded his head gently before putting down his arm. I'll be delightful too. Hearing this, Charlotte's eyes lit up as she smiled contentedly. Great, it's decided then. I'll meet you later after lunch. Without waiting for Isaac to say anything, she dashed out of the door with a gleeful smile. Thank you. Ding asterisk. Isaac watched her in a daze before looking at the other woman that was standing at the side the whole time. Oh boy! A single bead of sweat dropped from Isaac's forehead. He then smiled wryly at the woman. Journalists, am I right? Haha. You're not from this world, are you? The woman with the large witch hat blatantly and solemnly said. What's up with everyone being so upfront and direct today? Wait, no, that's not the main concern. Isaac didn't know what to say for a moment, however, he had more or less expected that the woman would say such a thing. Calm down. Perhaps it's just a test. He calmed himself down and looked at her with a dazed expression before chuckling wryly. Haha, miss, I believe that it's too early for jokes. No. I can see it. The woman crossed her arms. Your fate in the stars. It's all so messed up. Yeah, she definitely knows. Isaac inwardly sighed. He then looked at her, and her figure reflected in Isaac's deep amber eyes. Fate and stars. Are you perhaps the famous astrologist Mona Mixistus? I heard that you were great at divination. Yes, it was none other than Mona. The hydromancer that has enough money, but can't seem to keep them with her for a while. Hearing her name mentioned, the woman's face changed and a proud smug look appeared. She then replied with a satisfied smile, oh my, I guess my influence is something that have reached quite the number of people. Lady, you write academic papers on the Steambird, and almost everyone knows it and you. Isaac lampooned to himself as he maintained his courteous smile. Well, your papers do attract the interest of a variety of people. Indeed, it is as you say. Mona nodded her head in agreement. She then looked at Isaac's eyes. Like-minded people tend to attract each other, after all. Agreed. Isaac nodded with a faint sigh. He then inquired, we digress. About what you said earlier. Ah yes, as if remembering what she was here for, Mona snapped back to her senses. She then looked at Isaac's deep amber eyes and sized him up. After a few moments, she nodded her head. Yes. Now that I'm closer to you, I can see it clearly now. She then leaned closer to him and observed him closely. Isaac was startled at first, but he didn't budge a bit. He just let this broke witch to do her thing. After observing Isaac for a few moments, Mona took out a scryglass and started divining. After a few moments, she opened her eyes as if she gained a revelation, yet a trace of confusion was mixed in. Your fate is disharmonious, Mona said solemnly before tucking her scryglass away. Disharmonious? Isaac decided to probe in what she said. He then decided to make a confused expression. You're talking about my fate? What did you divination say? It's difficult to accurate put on words. Mona said as she held her waists as she wore a contemplating look. But if I were to make an analogy. Mona grasped then her chin as she slightly lowered her head. It's like an aquabus entering a tunnel. Far away, you see an aquabus cruising along without any problems, but once it enters the tunnel, it disappears. It would then reappear on the other side of the tunnel, but this time, the environment around it changed. It's still the same aquabus, but the environment around it had completely changed. That's what I'm getting from your fate. Mona said as she sat down. It's like you were disconnected for a lengthy period of time before reappearing again. Yes, this is more accurate than what I speculated before. Hearing her words, Isaac's mind momentarily turned numb as he directed what she said. This. What she sees might be my body's previous owner dying and me possessing it. As Isaac's mind wandered, he came up with a theory. Yes, this might be it. She might be seeing the change in this body's fate after I possessed it. Of course, this was only a theory. He then shook his head and laughed wryly. That's an intriguing divination. This is not something to be laughed off. Mona said with sharp eyes and a solemn expression. I had never met anyone with such fate as yours. Other than Alice. She whispered the last part to herself. You're overthinking things, Miss Mona. Isaac chuckled lightly. He then looked at her with a gentle smile. However, I am quite interested. Would you mind me inquiring more about this? Hearing this, Mona became interested. Really? Then can we collaborate? Yes, I want to study your strange fate. Collaborate? Isaac mumbled this word over before shaking his head with a faint smile. That's fine by me. That's great. Mona made a relieved face. I actually thought that I would have to coax and seduce you. What? Hearing what she said, Isaac's face dropped. He then tried his best to placate himself. Why? Why would you think that something like that would work on me? It honestly would though. Just saying. Isaac secretly thought as a hidden glint appeared in his deep amber eye. Well, it's because of your fate. Mona crossed her arms as she looked at Isaac with sharp and defensive eyes. Your fate is associated with a lot of things, mostly serenity, misfortune, concealment, and night. But there are also two things that stand out. You have complicated emotional attachments and an uncontrollable lust after being unleashed. She pointed at him with a sharp glare. A restrained mating beast, if you will. Isaac heard all of her accusations and couldn't help but be genuinely perplexed. He truly didn't know what to say at the moment. Meanwhile, outside the cafe, a familiar person with an iconic grayish-white hair and an ahogue was just about to enter the cafe when she heard the things Mona said. Her hand then froze on the spot. Chapter 38, A Beast. Isaac was lost for words. He never would have expected that such a sentence would escape from Mona's mouth. It was too sudden. Isaac laughed dryly as he peacefully tried to placate himself. Haha, surely you jest, no? I think I find my libido to be particularly controlled. No, however, Mona was quite resolute about her divination. Your fate is a mess, but your overwhelming lust when you're in the heat of the moment stands out quite a bit. I must say, even I am perplexed with that. She momentarily paused before looking at Isaac as if she was looking at an interesting specimen. She then started mumbling to herself. Seriously? 7 hours non-stop? How are you even human? That's just absurd. I find it hard to believe too. However, her hushed tone was easily picked up by Isaac. He then lampooned, there's no way what she's saying is real. Right? I mean, it's not like I'm a pure innocent guy, but to be called a mating beast. Isaac didn't know whether to cry or laugh at the situation. Smiling wryly, he shrugged. Perhaps there are things that I still don't know about my body. He then shook his head as he tried to mitigate the conversation somewhat. Well then. Let's change the subject. This is getting too. You know. You're right, this conversation has already gone awry. Mona shook her head. She then sized up Isaac. But just to be sure, how big are you? Isaac was stunned. He soon inwardly sighed, very direct. Passively aggressive, even. Taking a deep sigh, he recalled the time this morning when he woke up and recalled the size. 10 inches, Isaac said with the most solemn face he had ever made. He then quickly added, all right miss, which would it be, coffee or tea? Mona was taken aback by Isaac's straightforward answer for a moment before she composed herself. You really are a beast. After saying this, Mona looked up the menu and scanned it for a moment as she thought of what to order. I'll just have a cup of cappuccino and a side of rye bread. Those are the cheapest ones we have. Isaac wanted to lampoon, but he somehow related to Mona's financial situation. With a faint smile, he nodded. All right, please wait a minute or two. Having said this, Isaac backed away and took a cup before going to the coffee machine situated on the counter not far away. He then began brewing her coffee. He did it swiftly but also made sure that the quality wouldn't be ruined. Soon, the smell of grounded coffee drifted over to Mona as her nose picked them up. A lovely scent. She commented with a giant smile. I could really use this during my work late at night. Well, the cafe is open 6 days a week, opens at 9 in the morning, and closes at 7 in the evening, Isaac said as he held the lever of the coffee machine. He then glanced at her, you can come here during those times if you want to have another cup. I'll keep that in mind. Mona nodded her head in agreement. After a while, Isaac finally finished brewing her coffee. He took out a rye bread from the glass container on the counter and put it on a small plate. Do enjoy, Isaac said with a gentle smile as he slid the cup and bread to her. Picking up the coffee and gently cradling it, Mona whiffed the aroma. Fantastic. You know, other than your strange fate, your inclination to serenity is so massive that it affects those around you. Alas, even I am not spared. She must be talking about the Serenity system. Isaac chuckled lightly. Just a byproduct of loving the job. How enviable, Mona said before picking up her cup of coffee and rye bread. She then stood up and went over to a table before casually picking a book from a shelf next to her. It was the vagabond manga Isaac bought. Nice taste. Isaac silently raised his thumb as he watched her randomly pick the manga. Ding asterisk. Just then, the bell of the door rang once again, signaling the arrival of a new customer. Welcome. Isaac turned his head and was about to greet the new customer when he saw who it was. He was stunned for a moment before continuing his words, Welcome, Lady Furina. It's a great day, innit? Indeed, Furina nodded her head as she looked around the cafe. Her pupils, which resembled droplets, soon landed on Mona, who was reading a manga while drinking a cup of coffee. She then looked back at Isaac, my dear assistant, wait no, that case is already over. She then grumbled to herself. Isaac saw this and couldn't help but lightly scoff. His deep amber eyes soon turned mellow. It's fine, Miss Furina. You can just call me however you want. Really? Hearing this, Furina's eyes became lively once more. No matter what kind of name? Anything. Of course. Isaac nodded his head with a gentle smile. It wasn't something he minded that much. Anything. Isaac Alder. What is it, my lady? Isaac. Yes, miss. Servant. Master. Watson. What is it, Sherlock? Puppy. Do I have to? Yes. Woof. Hee. Hearing all their name callings, Furina giggled to herself. Her expression turned lively. Very well then, from now on, I shall refer to you as my dear assistant. Should I count it as my pleasure? Isaac lightly smirked. He soon quickly added, well, whatever fancies you, Lady Furina. That's more like it. Furina said before sitting down on one of the high stools in front of the counter, directly facing Isaac. Well then, as you know. Hearing this, Isaac instantly knew what she wanted. Putting on his professional attitude, he asked, what would it be, my lady? Furina looked at the menu and saw the diverse range of coffee and tea. After a while, she finally decided. Chamomile tea. Sugar? Isaac inquired as he required his eyes at her. Sugar. Furina sharply looked at Isaac with a smile. For a moment, the two reached a consensus. Very well. Isaac lightly nodded. However, he couldn't help but lampoon himself over this. Am I seriously sharing the same brain cell with Furina? However, he quickly shook off that thought and went to prepare her tea. He went into the kitchen and took out the tea packets to start making them. Meanwhile, Furina was left on her own on the counter. Looking around, she noticed the woman with the pointy witch hat from earlier. Her eyes then turned sharp as she looked around before deciding to stand up and approach the woman. Hello there, my dear citizen, Furina approached Mona as she leaned over and waved her hand. How do you do today, might I ask? Hey? Lady Furina. Mona, who had been engrossed with the manga, raised her head and looked at the former. Why are you here? Why, to visit my assistant, of course. Furina's tone was rather firm when she mentioned the word my assistant. Assistant. Isaac Alder. Mona placed the manga down as she looked at Furina with widened eyes. She then sized her up before inwardly mumbling to herself, so it was the Hydro Archon Focalors. Yes. Furina heard her mumblings and raised an eyebrow. However, she soon changed the subject. Say, what were you talking about with my assistant back there? It seemed rather interesting. That's... Mona wanted to say something, but her words remained in her throat. Taking a sip of coffee, she placated herself and continued, did you hear? A tad bit. Furina sat down opposite her and said with a smile. She then connected her hands and rested her chin on them as she leaned closer. Something about mating. Cough asterisk. Mona, who was sipping her cup of coffee, suddenly choked as he drank a mouthful. After calling down, she pulled out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth. That's... well... She truly didn't know how to explain that matter to her Archon. Go on. However, Furina seems to be adamant about finding out. With a solemn look and a gentle smile, her droplet-like pupils looked at Mona. I'm all ears. Mona looked around for a bit before inwardly sighing. She then began to explain, well, as you know, Lady Furina, I pride myself in astrology and divination. I've heard of it, Furina said with a clear tone. It's very interesting. I've heard a lot about you and your hydromancy. Thank you for your praises. Mona smiled wryly before continuing. So, recently, I've noticed someone with a disharmonious fate. So, I traced him and found him here. It's only when I read his constellations and date did I saw some parts of his fate. Mona said before picking up a coffee cup once more and cradling it. One of them was... Mona then hesitated before lowering her voice and leaning closer to Furina to whisper. His enormous libido. It's so strong that it may very well break whoever he's doing it with. Silence descended upon the two. Mona sat in silence as she finished her coffee, while Furina's face turned from a momentary stunned expression to a flustered one. What? The latter exclaimed as a tinge of red spread across her face. How could you? Are you? Are you sure? My divinations seldom fail me, Lady Furina. Mona closed her eyes as she shook her head. Her eyes then locked with Furina's. Moreover, with his massive thing down there, it would inevitably be disastrous. It took Isaac a few minutes before Furina's chamomile tea coupled with a chocolate-stuffed croissant became complete. He then planned to add 9 sugar cubes to her tea. However, he had other thoughts. Too much sugar is detrimental for one's health. I doubt that a god can easily get sick. But still. Thinking of this, he decided to reduce the sugar cubes to only 4. That should be decent enough. Holding a white porcelain plate to hold everything, he walked out of the kitchen. Order up. Just then, as he approached the counter, he saw Furina sitting there quietly as she observed him. Her eyes followed him and didn't break for even a moment. Her thighs were tightly knitted. Isaac noticed her strange glare. He then placed the porcelain plate in front of her. Do enjoy, my lady. Yes, indeed. Furina snapped away from her trance and looked at what was served in front of her. All right, what's bothering you, Lady Furina? Having had enough of her odd actions, Isaac directly asked. Did I do something wrong? No, it's fine, Furina said as she looked at her plate. She then looked at Isaac's deep amber eyes. It's just that. Never mind. She then took the chocolate-stuffed croissant and looked away. Seeing her reaction, Isaac genuinely didn't know what was wrong. He then inwardly sighed. Odd. He then decided to go brew a cup of coffee for himself. Failing to notice the heavy breathing and the mist emanating from Furina's breath. Chapter 39, The Hand of Warmth. Inside Isaac's cafe, the usual tranquil and calm atmosphere was present, as always. Anyone who enters would inevitably fall into a state of serenity, whether they like it or not. It's not because of any supernatural factor, no, it's all because of the warm and cozy atmosphere. On the counter, Isaac held a cup of espresso with a bit of steamed milk. He cradled it gently before taking a sip. So. Is there anything else, Lady Furina? Opposite of him, the Hydro Archon and the God of Justice, Furina, was holding a cup of tea. However, she was abnormally silent. Did something happen? Isaac's eyes darted at her face and found her somewhat flustered expression. Certainly odd. After a few moments, Furina, who had been avoiding Isaac's gaze for quite some time now, opened her mouth. She then wryly chuckled, it's nothing much, really. Sure. Isaac mumbled as he quietly took a sip from his cup. You know, for someone who is always in court, you sure are a terrible liar sometimes. Hey, that's not true. Furina exclaimed as she finally turned to look at Isaac. You must have forgotten, my dear assistant, but I am the god of justice. I can discern lie from truth, and likewise use them to my advantage. Sip. Isaac verbally expressed his response by taking an exaggerated sip from his cup. With a poker face, he spoke, so you are. You. Furina tried to retort, but Isaac quickly spoke, preventing her from speaking. If that's the case, then tell me. Isaac stopped taking a sip from his cup and slowly stood up. He then stood in front of Furina before leaning forward and looking at her directly in the eye. What is it that you truly want to say, Lady Furina? What is he doing? Mona, who was still around, looked at Isaac's actions while peeking from a manga. He does know that she can imprison him for doing such things towards her. Right. Mona didn't dare to interject, as such, she decided to just be a spectator. Going back to Isaac and Furina, the former was still looking at the latter with a sharp glare. What did you? Surprised by Isaac's sudden action, Furina couldn't hold it in anymore and stood up. Fine. See, congratulations, you passed my test. You actually discovered that I had other objectives. She said as she wryly smiled at Isaac. I appreciate the effort in lying. Isaac smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He then stood straight. Furina then took out a paper from one of her pockets and placed it in front of Isaac. She then smiled flamboyantly and smiled wryly, I'm here to take you with me to investigate a man who's suspected to be connected to the masked clown. Another guy's borrowing Gehrman. Isaac inwardly sighed, however, he kept his facial expression neutral. Have you confirmed its authenticity? Hearing this, the ahog on top of Furina's head swayed slightly as if it indicated her mood. She then smiled smugly, why of course, I even personally spent an all-nighter confirming this. Lady, sorry to inform you, but it's probably fake. Isaac lampooned. It's because, aside from Navia, no one else knows Gehrman. Isaac was quite protective of his various identities. Unless it benefits his plans, he would never give out his fake name. As for Isaac's decision to expose Gehrman and Moriarty to Navia, it was to open a way for potential operations in the future. Moreover, Isaac believes that Navia too wouldn't expose his real name just like that. It's because Gehrman and Moriarty deliberately showed good intentions towards them that would make them hesitate. I'm rather curious as to who this guy who wants to borrow my name is. I understand. Hearing her words, Isaac lightly nodded his head. He then sat back down again, come back later in the evening on the other side of the cafe. We'll then speak of the details. Hearing that Isaac agreed to the cooperation she offered, Furina's face became lively. That's great. As expected of my dear assistant. She then giggled, as I thought, you are really interesting. I could say the same, Isaac faintly smiled at her compliment. Hee, Furina smiled at his words. She then looked at the mechanical wall clock nearby and clicked her tongue. The next trial is about to begin in an hour. Then you better get going, Lady Furina, Isaac said as he collected their cups, intending to wash them soon. You wouldn't want to miss a show now, would you? You're right, Furina rolled her eyes while crossing her arms. She then looked at Isaac's eyes. Let's meet again. Later. Isaac lightly nodded. He then curled up a sly smile, I'm looking forward to this new date. That again. Hearing the same word he used yesterday, Furina grumbled to herself. However, she soon looked away. She then whispered to herself. Why do you always think of dates with me? After saying this, Furina hesitated for a moment before finally deciding to pay up and leave. Ding asterisk. Shortly after Furina left, Mona walked by the counter and glanced at Isaac. Her face seemed a bit reddish. Go easy on her. She mumbled under her breath as she looked at Isaac's figure. Isaac, who was cleaning up the counter, noticed her glare. He then looked at her and asked, is there something wrong? Nothing. Mona decided to pay before also leaving the cafe. Now, Isaac was left alone in his own company. After cleaning the counter and Mona's table, Isaac sat down with a heavy sigh. What a strange morning. By the way, why was the conversation so focused on my lust? Isaac mumbled to himself before shaking his head and returning to work. At 1 in the afternoon, Isaac patiently served the surge of customers that came during the peak of the day. It wasn't much, but ever since he found out that his customers were a bunch of wealthy people, he subtly raised the price of his coffee. A price is always paid for what fate bestows, after all. After everything settled down, the café once more returned to its serene atmosphere. Sitting down, Isaac was just about to devour a cake he bought when the door of the café suddenly glowed. From it, a grey-haired child walked in, looking everywhere in the café. The child then saw Isaac. So it's real. I wasn't dreaming. Good afternoon, Nahida. Seeing who it was, Isaac instantly put on a cordial front and smiled faintly at her. How have you been? I'm doing great, thank you for asking. Nahida walked over to Isaac's table. She then looked at the seat opposite of him. May I? Please, go on ahead. Isaac didn't mind it at all. For Nahida, he was willing to do anything. He then looked at the strawberry cake he bought and nudged it towards her. Do you want some? No, I'll only be here for a while. Nahida quickly rejected it as she shook her head. Her emerald green eyes, which had unique four-pointed flower pupils in them, soon reflected Isaac's figure. Moreover, it seems like you were just about to mercilessly eat that cake. Hearing this, Isaac's lips quivered before he curled up a wry smile. All right, if there's anything you want, just say so. Without waiting for Nahida's reply, Isaac quickly took a fork and started mincing the cake into tiny bits and stuffed them into his mouth. By the way, amidst his chewing, he looked at Nahida. Have you been doing well, Nahida? He was worried that the little radish he cared for might be experiencing negative emotions from being locked up. I've been doing quite well, thank you for asking. With her soft gentle voice, Nahida nodded softly. But it does indeed get a bit tiring rummaging through torrents of information in Sumeru's Akasha. I see. Instantly understanding what she meant, Isaac nodded as he picked up another piece of cake. So you stepped back a bit and came here for repose. Well. Nahida averted her eyes and wanted to retort, however, a faint sigh only escaped from her mouth as she lightly smiled. I guess you're right. I'm over here resting, leaving my citizens in Sumeru. I wonder if this counts as selfishness. It's procrastination. Isaac pointed his fork at her as she chewed slowly. He then gulped down and smiled gently. Everyone procrastinates every once in a while. It's our mind telling us to rest amidst a stressful situation, giving it time to wind up a bit. Winding up a bit. Mumbling over this word, Nahida lowered her head as she started contemplating. She then nodded gently. I see. So this is procrastination. That's right. As someone who had always been trapped inside the sanctuary of Surasthana, Nahida had very few things to do other than attend to the people of Sumeru. To her, this was the first time she had truly procrastinated in the truest sense of the word. Seeing this, Isaac's smile turned mellow as his deep amber eyes softened. He then chuckled lightly, that's right. As such, for the time being, you can hang around here for a bit. Would that be all right? Nahida's ears subconsciously lowered as her emerald green eyes looked at Isaac. Perhaps my citizens might need me right now. Sorry to inform you, however, that doesn't seem to be the case. Isaac inwardly sighed. He knew too well about the Dendro Archon's situation. How pitiful. My little radish is such a strong person to endure 500 years of negligence, and still have thought of caring for her citizens. Having thought of this, Isaac lifted his hand and extended it towards Nahida. Soon, it landed on her white hair. He had head patted the radish. Don't worry. I'm sure they can wait for a while. This time. Just focus on yourself. Isaac was speaking casually as usual, however, this time, his voice was firm and filled with warmth. Nahida looked up and her emerald green eyes looked at Isaac's face. For some reason, she found Isaac's voice to be very comforting and gave her a sense of assurance. It was as if his every word told her that everything would be all right. She then felt his hand touching her head. It was warm. It was comforting. It gave her a sense of support. It was familiar. Like an elder sibling soothing their younger sibling. Nahida became momentarily silent as she looked at Isaac. Likewise, Isaac was smiling at her as he rummaged her hair. After a few seconds of patting Nahida's head, Isaac slowly retracted his hand and lightly smiled at her. Do you want some tea? Yes please. Nahida, who had returned to her senses, touched her head and nodded. All right, please wait. Nodding his head, Isaac picked up his plate and went to the kitchen. Nahida, who was still sitting down, soon touched her head to the place where Isaac touched. After a while, a faint warm smile appeared on her face. She then giggled. Hee hee. Dash. Meanwhile, outside the cafe, a person wearing a steambird uniform who carried a chimera and stealthily looked from the window. She then smiled brightly at what she had seen. Such intimate interaction. Are they siblings? The reviews weren't exaggerated. Isaac Alder really does carry an air of comfort and warmth around him, giving others a sense of serenity. Just his words alone gave me a sense of comfort. The woman with a monocle on her left eye vigorously wrote on her notepad. I want to learn more. As she said this, she stopped hiding and decided to enter the cafe. Dash. Chapter 40, Iced Tea with Nahida. Inside the kitchen, Isaac solemnly cleaned the dishes that were on the sink, scrubbing them thoroughly to ensure cleanliness. Hum. Hum. He was silently humming to himself as he maintained a faint smile on his face. He was vibing. After a while, he finished washing the dishes and dried his hands. He then opened his system interface out of habit. He looked at the quest window. 4 more days. Isaac mumbled as he saw his current main quest ongoing. Do I have to do 4 detective plays with Furina during that time? Sighing, he shook his head. Well, no matter. At the very least, I'm enjoying her gimmicks. For a week-long quest, I wonder what reward it will give. Isaac pondered. He then smiled wryly, since this system follows my form of Serenity, it would certainly be something of use to me. I can't wait. Finishing his thoughts, Isaac went over to the fridge and took out a container. He then started making iced tea for him and Nahida. Dash. Leaving the kitchen, Isaac walked over to the table where Nahida was and smiled. He then placed a glass cup in front of her and filled it with iced apple tea. Here, it's great for beating the Sunday. Albeit this cafe is air-conditioned. Isaac lampooned as he maintained his smile. Thank you, Nahida held the glass cup and looked at Isaac with a bright smile. Though, I never actually have felt the sunlight in person. Oh right. Remembering this, Isaac mentally face-palmed. He then mumbled to himself in regret. Gah, how could I have overlooked such a fact? TCH. As if sensing his inner mumblings, Nahida looked up with an apologetic look. Oh, you don't need to blame yourself. It's fine, No, it's all right. Isaac stopped her midway with a faint smile as he shook his head. His deep amber eyes then reflected her face. I was being inconsiderate. It's not your fault. Really? Still. Nahida looked at Isaac with worried eyes. Her emerald green eyes kept observing his expressions. In the end, she softly sighed. All right. If you say so. That's more like it, Isaac chuckled. He then poured himself a cup of iced tea and cradled it. Well then, cheers. He then lowered his hand, ergo letting Nahida reach his glass. Oh yes. Nahida nodded hesitantly before holding her glass cup with both her hands and raising it to touch Isaac's cup. Cheers. Clink asterisk. Isaac smiled faintly as he retracted his cup and took a drink. The cold sensation of the iced tea flowed down his throat and quenched his craving for a cold drink for quite a while now. The refreshing taste of apples coupled with the coldness brought by the ice cubes in the cup made Isaac unconsciously heave a sigh of relief. Tingles soon went down his spine and spread across his body. Ha! Ha! As if copying Isaac, Nahida too heaved a soft relief after drinking the iced tea. It was delicious. Indeed. Isaac smiled softly. Cradling the cup slowly in his hand, he and Nahida vibed under the tranquil environment of the cafe without any disturbance. Life's good, no? It certainly is. Nahida nodded with a gentle smile as she agreed with Isaac. Under the serene atmosphere, the Dendro Archon and the feeble cafe owner chilled without a care in the world. They just sat down while holding iced tea in their hands. For the love of God, Murphy's Law, please leave me alone just for this one moment. Isaac lamented in his heart. Let me rest with Nahida for a bit. Ding asterisk. At this moment, the door of the cafe chimed, and a figure entered. Hearing this, Isaac inwardly sighed on the verge of crying. Damn you Murphy's Law. Isaac sighed verbally and placed his glass cup down. He was about to stand up and greet the customer who walked in when the latter touched his shoulders. Good afternoon, Monsieur Isaac. The turquoise-eyed, monocled Charlotte appeared behind him and greeted him with a smile. I'm here for our appointed interview if you remember. I forger. Isaac chuckled. Of course not. Come, please sit down. Charlotte nodded before looking at Nahida, who was sitting in front of the same table. She then looked at Isaac again. You two seem close. It's gonna be hard proving Nahida's identity. Isaac sweated. Nahida had never appeared physically in the outside world for more than 500 years, as such, it would be hard for her identity to be validated. Should I say that she's a customer? No, that's only a temporary solution. While Isaac was amidst his thoughts, Nahida hesitated for a moment before she opened her mouth. With a soft voice, she spoke. I'm his sister. You're my what? Isaac's mind went blank when he heard the small god of wisdom's words. This. Is she serious? Isaac's deep amber eyes, which seemed to contain reigning repose and serenity, looked at Nahida. Likewise, Nahida's emerald green eyes, which seemed to contain insurmountable innocence and knowledge, looked back at him. For a moment, the two reached a consensus. What a charlatan! Isaac chuckled wryly to himself. He then smiled at Charlotte. Yes, this is my sister. Nahida. Ah, I see. Charlotte said as she flicked her finger. So my guess was right. No wonder you two seemed close. You were watching for quite a while now. Isaac looked at her with a wry smile. Yes, Charlotte didn't hide anything and smiled. She then sat down. Now then, shall we begin the interview? Looking at Nahida, who was drinking the iced tea, Isaac nodded lightly before picking up his iced tea and looking at Charlotte. Go on ahead. Very well, let's get straight to the point, then. Charlotte opened her notepad and took out her pen. She then nudged her monocle as she looked at Isaac. First question, what made you want to open a cafe? Well, I died. Isaac lampooned. He then opened his mouth. It stemmed from my desire to open a haven for those who are muddle-headed. A place of repose, silence, and tranquility, somewhere they can relax. It certainly lives up to your expectations, Nahida said with a smile as she held her iced tea. Charlotte nodded at Nahida's words. It also matches your cafe's name quite well, Charlotte commented as she spun her pen before writing it down. Next question, what do you think is the reason the customers always come back to your cafe? Hearing this, Isaac chuckled lightly. He then took a sip from his iced tea. To be honest, I think it's the smell of the coffee that attracts them. No one can resist the aroma of finely ground coffee beans being served as an espresso in the morning, after all. This is a reasonable development. Isaac wished he had a quill right now. I see, I see. Charlotte wrote down what he said as she nodded. She then lifted her pen. Next question, is there any secret to your coffees? Like a secret ingredient or procedure? If I were to point my finger. Isaac lifted his hand and grasped his chin as he began to ponder. He then smiled faintly. It's motivation. I believe that to serve something good, you have to have a good mentality. Otherwise, with a stale mood, your meal would more or less feel stale. In other words, putting an effort in each brew, Isaac sighed softly. I'm not trying to be pretentious. I just genuinely love what I do, and it reflects on my work. What Isaac was saying was true. Not only was brewing coffee therapeutic for him, but the joy of seeing his customers appreciate his work motivated him every day. Also the money. An owner who genuinely loves his work with passion. Charlotte mumbled over this word after writing down Isaac's words. She then nodded with a faint smile. How commendable. Thank you, Isaac nodded gently as he lifted his iced tea and drank once more. Charlotte continued to ask more questions and Isaac answered them honestly. Occasionally, Nahida would comment on some aspects. Finally, the interview was about to end. However, Charlotte still has one more question. We ran out of iced tea. Isaac chuckled wryly as he looked at Nahida. I drank more than intended. Nahida's elongated ears lowered as she said this. It's fine. Isaac smiled softly as he looked back at Charlotte. Well then, is there anything else? Yes, one last question. Charlotte, who was organizing her notes, nodded as she looked back at Isaac. She then straightened her posture and spoke with a calm tone. What's your relationship with Lady Furina? Isaac's smile froze for a moment as he didn't know what to respond with. With a casual tone, he chuckled lightly. Why, she's a valued customer, of course. What makes you ask that question? Why ask such a question? It's simple. Charlotte smiled as she said this. She then nudged her monocle and looked at Isaac with a solemn smile. For you to attract even God Focalors says a lot about your business. A brew endorsed by the gods. Just think about this title. Charlotte said as she wrote down her thoughts. Oh. I can't wait to make a draft about this. Thank you so much for this interview, Monsieur Isaac. Charlotte then stood up and shook Isaac's hand. I assure you that this will reach the Golden Week magazine as soon as possible. The Golden Week magazine. Isn't that the one the rich privileged folks buy? Whoa. Isaac quickly rummaged through his memories. He then smiled warmly at Charlotte. That would be excellent, Miss Charlotte. Ah, but before you leave. Isaac suddenly remembered something and stood up. Hold on. He then went into the kitchen and returned a moment later. This time, he was holding a small box. He then handed it to Charlotte. Please, have this. It's a box of assorted tea. There should be Earl Grey, lavender, chamomile, and lemon balm tea packs inside. Take it as a sign of gratitude from me. Isaac gently and warmly smiled at her, expressing his goodwill. However, the small glint hidden in his eyes hid a different thought. Charlotte looked at the box and hesitated for a moment. She wanted to reject it, but seeing Isaac's expression and his willingness, she could only softly sigh with a faint smile. You're very generous, Sir Isaac. If I have the chance, I'll make sure to come back here for a meal. That's great. Isaac nodded lightly as he handed the tea pack to her gently. Ding asterisk. Soon, only Isaac and Nahida were left inside the cafe. That should do it. Isaac heaved a soft sigh before returning to his seat with Nahida. Sitting down, he was just about to open a book when he noticed Nahida's glare. What is it? Isaac moved his eyes and calmly asked Nahida. You're much more manipulative than I thought. Nahida said as she looked at Isaac. However, contrary to her words, she wasn't looking at him with contempt or disgust. Rather, she was looking at him with curiosity. Is this part of the vast tapestry of lies you surround yourself with? Hearing her words, Isaac blinked once before curling up a soft smile. Guess. Chapter 42, We Are So Back. Isaac caught a fatal disease known as ligma and was sent to the hospital. Steve Jobs. Isaac muttered before passing away on the hospital bed. Who's ligma? Furina cried beside him. The end. Asterisk asterisk. Just kidding. Expect chapters later. This chapter was sponsored by Koro. Chapter 43, Late Night Snack. Inside Isaac's cafe, it had only been a few hours since Isaac had been interviewed by Charlotte. Isaac and Nahida also finished their little hangout and the latter left not too long ago. Right now, it was around 5 in the afternoon, the time when there were very few customers. As for Isaac, he was leisurely sitting down on one of the customer seats. On his table were a lemon cake and tea. How boring! Isaac muttered to himself with a bored expression as he gazed out the window. The sky was already tinted with bronze. I'm craving some steak. Isaac rested his head on his palm. I'll cook some later. It was one of his privileges for acquiring so much mora, so why not exploit it to the fullest? He then sighed outwardly. I wonder what I'll do in the meantime. He mulled over something to relieve his boredom. He then closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. After a few minutes, an idea popped up in his mind. Hold on. His eyes slowly opened as if he had gained enlightenment. I guess that won't be too much of a problem. Taking one last sip of his tea, Isaac smiled. He then looked at the smart TV that was hanging right above the counter where he usually works. Right. Let's get this going. Dash. Demoiselle, will you not consider being more incognito? Melissa asked. You're practically adding a target on your back by coming here. He's right, boss. What you did had surely caught Monsieur Neuvillette's attention. Silver added. I believe that it is wise to not stand out. Hehe, don't worry too much, you two. Navia, who wore her usual carefree look, chuckled. If anything, what I did is exactly what Monsieur Neuvillette wants. Regarding Spina de Rosala's actions of capturing multiple suspected synth vendors, surprisingly, the Ihud ex-Neuvillette hadn't sent anyone to apprehend the Spina. This either shows that Neuvillette supports Spina de Rosala or that he wants to observe further. Either way, it just proves that Spina de Rosala is safe for the time being. I hope Uncle Marcel and the others can properly extract information from those vendors, Navia said as she walked with her two bodyguards by her side. It would take time, but I believe that they would get there soon, Melissa said with a solemn tone. But that poor Marcel. He's been quite unfortunate lately, hasn't he? Tell me about it, Silver said with a light nod. I think I saw him stub his toe at least 7 times every 5 minutes. What terrible luck. Alright you, two, let's stop fretting over Uncle Marcel's unfortunate situation, Navia laughed as she glanced at her 2 bodyguards. She then changed the topic, do you two want some snacks? I'm fine with anything, Mellis said as he bowed slightly. Anything you say goes, boss. Silver also nodded. Alright, placing her arms on her hips, she pondered for a moment. She then remembered something. Why don't we go back to that one cafe we visited? What was the name again? Le Souffle du Silence was the name if I recall, Mellis answered her. The owner there was quite the connoisseur. Such a person leaves quite a noteworthy impression. Isaac was his name, no? Silver said while crossing his arms. Right, that's it. Navia nodded her head. She then looked at her 2 bodyguards. It was right around southwest of Palermo, yes. I believe so. Silver nodded his head in agreement. Alright then, let's go. With a light smile, Navia decided to take her 2 bodyguards to relax a little in the city. Dash. That should be it. Silver said as he noticed the familiar building. It's already getting dark. Do you two still want coffee? Navia looked up at the sky before asking. We'll just take some tea instead. Mellis shook his head as he crossed his arms. And you should too, demoiselle. Coffee can disrupt your sleep. Hee, I know. Navia chuckled lightly before walking towards Le Souffle du Silence's entrance. She saw the familiar wooden signboard hanging on the door. After a second, she opened the door. However, the moment she opened the door, what entered her ears was music. Too much. Of the past. For one to memorize. It was a slow somber singing coupled with a similar somber music. Hey! The moment Navia entered, she instantly saw Isaac standing in front of the smart TV holding a small item in his hand close to his mouth. The cafe barely had any lights on and it was quite dark. Only the light coming from the smart TV and the candles on the tables were providing lighting. Is someone singing? Mellis also heard the singing and entered the cafe. He stood beside Navia at the entrance. Isaac, who didn't mind their presence, continued singing. Life is too long to end at a grave. It seems so. Silver also heard the singing and entered the cafe. Like Mellis, he stood beside Navia. Is that Monsieur Isaac? Navia said as she looked at who was singing. With a soft smile, she commented, he seems immersed in his singing. Come on, let's not disturb him. Navia gestured at a table and invited her 2 bodyguards with an interested smile. Mellis and Silver nodded and didn't interrupt Isaac. Both of them followed Navia and sat down. They then watched Isaac singing. They just silently sat down and listened in entertainment. Every night brings a dream. But the day relentlessly keeps me awake. All the rest will be torn up whenever a choice is made. Everyone has their own desire, leading to the ultimate. Life is too long to end at a grave. Isaac sang to his heart's content without any care to the world. And yes, the item he was currently holding was a microphone courtesy of the system shop. He didn't even care that Navia entered. He just wanted to vent all his emotions on singing. This imbued his singing with emotions exactly the kind that people like. This was one of the ways Isaac released stress. The others are doing exercises and brewing. Just a drop of water suffices. Still, I wish to embrace the world with my thoughts. A eulogy. Time to leave where I have stood so long. Letting you go, recover traces overlapped. Ends, then begins. With those last lyrics, the music started dying down. Finally, Isaac finished singing on the last line. Ha! Sighing, he turned and took his glass of tea before gulping it down. He then looked at Navia and the company before bowing. Soon, applauding sounds erupted from the audience who listened. Clap asterisk. Clap asterisk. Clap asterisk. Bravo, Monsieur Isaac, Navia said after clapping her hands 3 times. You had a fantastic voice. A magnificent performance, indeed. Mellis nodded his head in agreement. I can tell that you've captured the essence of that song quite well. A combination of a somber mood and an exciting undertone hidden beneath. Truly a fascinating piece of melody. Silver gave praise as he adjusted his sunglasses. Hearing all of their praises, Isaac smiled gently. He then placed his right hand on his left chest and bowed slightly. Thank you all of you. Now then. Is there anything the three of you want? Putting down his microphone, Isaac asked with his usual gentle courteous tone as he approached them with his hands behind his back. We'll just have your finest tea, thank you, Navia said as her eyes met Isaac. She then smiled, and if possible, another song from the bartender. Hearing this, Isaac smiled lightly before nodding. All right, that won't be a problem. Give me a minute. With this said, Isaac left the microphone on a table and entered the kitchen. He turned on the lights and started brewing Navia and the company's tea. After a few minutes, Isaac was done with brewing and left the kitchen carrying a silver plate with their cups on top. Here you go, Isaac each gave them their respective tea without any problems. Do enjoy, my dear customers. Say, do you not wish to extend your business? Thinking of something, Melissa spoke. For example, introducing cocktails in the night? It could help you bring in more business, might I suggest? You aren't wrong. Isaac held the silver plate before shaking his head with a faint smile. However, I have a strict rule of not selling any alcoholic beverages. So I might introduce cocktails in the future, but you'll most likely only get fruits and or vegetable juice mixtures. Isaac chuckled lightly after saying this. I understand. Melissa solemnly nodded and didn't probe further. I know you just wanted me to sell you liquor. Isaac's amber eyes slightly squinted as he maintained his smile. Nice try though. This cafe shall forever remain family-friendly under my watch. Well then. Placing down the silver plate on a table, Isaac picked up the microphone once more. Shall we go for another round? Yet. Navia said with enthusiasm as she raised her cup. She was genuinely enjoying this. Seeing Navia's support, Isaac nodded, turned to the smart TV, and picked a new song to sing. This time, it was different. Da capo. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy singing this one. Isaac smiled faintly before selecting the song. And so, another round of singing happened. Late at night, the surrounding stores around Le Souffle du Silence were already beginning to close. And Isaac was also doing the same. Thank you for your patronage, my dear customers. Isaac sighed with a faint smile on his lips. And for listening to me. To be frank, I was a tad bit shy knowing I was being watched, so. Haha, there's no need for thanks, Monsieur Isaac. As usual, your brew was delicious. Navia waved her hand with a smile as she looked at Isaac's amber eyes. As for your singing, there's no need to be shy, we loved it. Don't we? Well yes, of course. Melissa nodded his head. In fact, there had even been instances when I wanted to go for a round. Haha, perhaps next time. Isaac chuckled lightly at Melissa's words. After bidding them farewell, Isaac went back into his cafe and started cleaning up. After doing so, he finally closed the cafe for the day. However, the lights in his kitchen were still on. Sizzle asterisk. Inside, Isaac was pan-frying a steak on top of a stove, and beside it was a pot of another meal he craved. Knock asterisk. Just then, a rhythmic knock came from the back of the cafe. Who could it be? Isaac, who was busy pan-frying the steak, pondered. However, he quickly made a guess. Wait, no. It might just be Furina. Lowering the temperature to prevent burning, Isaac quickly left the kitchen and went to the back of the cafe. Opening the door, the figure that appeared in front of him confirmed his guesses. Lady Furina, how do you do? Isaac bowed to her slightly as he opened the door. Oh, the usual, Furina rolled her eyes before entering. Once she entered, she immediately smelled something in the air. Oh? Are you just about to have dinner? Indeed, Isaac nodded as he closed the door behind her. Would you like to join me? I've already cooked a bit. Ha, how thoughtful of you, my dear servant, Furina scoffed with a light smile. Very well then. I shall entertain your idea. Well then, what meal had you prepared? It's nothing much, really. Isaac shrugged as he walked back into the kitchen. Just pan-fried steak and some macaroni and cheese on the side. A good comfort food, perfect for late nights. Chapter 44, Off to the Guillotine. Tack. Tack asterisk. Outside, rain started pouring down on the quiet night of Fontaine. As each drop fell on the roofs of each building, the sounds of each fall echoed throughout the city. Soon, the cold breeze started gushing over the streets. Inside Isaac's cafe, however, contrary to the outside, it held a warm and cozy atmosphere. The small tinge of yellow light emanating from the kitchen paired with the two small lanterns lighting up two tables inside the café created a sort of cozy environment. It was as if one had finally found warmth after a long period of cold. Or perhaps waking up to a cold morning only to be met with your warm safe blanket. It was comforting. Furina, who was sitting on one of the chairs in front of the lit tables, looked outside the glass pane. She seemed to be pondering something as she rested her chin on her hand. Just then, Isaac's voice drifted over. "It's really pouring hard, hey." Furina turned around to see Isaac approaching with two silver plates with similar silver covers on top in each hand. Isaac wasn't wearing his barista uniform. Right now, he was just wearing a casual dark blue long-sleeved shirt. "I wonder." Placing down the silver plates with covers on top, Isaac commented with a light smile. "Is it because of the Hydro Dragon?" He was referring to a famous children's fairy tale in Fontaine. "Oh? You believe that fairy tale?" Furina heard Isaac's remarks and couldn't help but turn her head. "I didn't think you were the type of person to believe such a children's story." "It can't be helped," Isaac shrugged with a leisurely smile. "That tale has been around for ages now. Every child in Fontaine more or less knows it. Every time the Hydro Dragon wept, it would rain." Furina mumbled. "That was the tale, yes." Indeed, Isaac nodded before looking at the glass pane Furina was looking at. With a smile, he spoke. "Oh Hydro Dragon, oh Hydro Dragon! Don't cry." Hearing this, Furina scoffed as her heterochromatic eyes glanced at Isaac's figure. "Ha, how ludicrous." Isaac heard her remark and chuckled internally. He naturally knew who the Hydro Dragon was, as for the person in front of him, she too knew who he was. And the two of them know that singing the fairy tale in accuracy can, in fact, make the Hydro Dragon stop crying. Such is the oddity of the Ihudex. Isaac merely shrugged and didn't retaliate at her claim. Instead, he nudged the silver plate to Furina. "For you, miss," Isaac said before pulling the cover away. After the covers were removed, what appeared before Furina was a plate with the most appetizing aroma. The plate was divided into 3 sections. Sliced medium-rare ribeye steaks were placed along the curve of the upper right plate, while a pot of macaroni and cheese was placed on the adjacent side. Finally, at the bottom, some mixed greens were added. "This is..." Smelling the aroma of what was being presented in front of her, Furina was momentarily pleased. "It looks like a very easy dish to make. Yet it looks and smells great. Would you like some gravy with those steaks?" Isaac asked as he also took off his plate's cover. He held a gravy boat in his other hand. "Just a bit, thank you." Furina didn't reject his offer. "But not too much." Isaac nodded before lifting the porcelain gravy boat and pouring it on top of Furina's steak. "Bon appétit." Isaac stopped pouring the gravy and smiled at her. So do you." Seeing his up-close smile, Furina was stunned for a second before turning her head to her plate. "My many thanks, my dear servant." Isaac amused himself before taking a seat. He sat opposite from Furina. There were already glasses and a wine bottle on the table, as such, Isaac didn't have to trouble himself to go back to the kitchen. He poured himself some wine before taking a sip. After drinking, he smiled. "I said that I won't sell alcohol. But look at me now. Enjoying one not even long after I said that." He was amused by his hypocrisy. Amused, but not disappointed. Taking his fork and knife, he first started with the 12 ribeye steaks. He took one slice, sliced one off with a knife, and took it with the knife. Chewing on the steak, Isaac analyzed it thoroughly before gulping it down. "As I thought. I should have cooked it to rare. I'm sorry." Sighing, he looked up as if he was apologetic before returning to his meal. How he hoped he had headphones at that moment. Scrumptious. Not bad. Furina, meanwhile, was also enjoying her dish. However, she couldn't help but glance at the macaroni and cheese on the plate. "This is certainly an odd combination, is it not?" Furina said as she took some mac and cheese. Hearing this, Isaac smiled faintly. "But it's a great comfort food. Moreover, it blends the extravagance of a ribeye steak with something as common as mac and cheese." Saying this, Isaac's deep amber eyes couldn't help but look at Furina. As if remembering something, he shook his head with a smile. "Yes. The combination of cooking mac and cheese is, quite simple, in my opinion." Furina didn't know what Isaac was talking about, but she vaguely understood what he was trying to convey. So it's all to feel, simplicity. Indeed, Isaac nodded his head before taking a sip of wine. It's these simple and mundane serene things that I love. In my opinion, that's what makes me love the simplicity of things. It's the simplicity that resonates with my humanity or self. Isaac smiled. How about you, Lady Furina? Isaac pointed his fork at her. As a god, how do you enjoy your godhood? That's... For a moment, Furina didn't know what to say. But in just a second, bursts of thoughts appeared in her mind. After a second, she composed herself. Well, that's simple. It's by enjoying my role as the god of justice and caring for the people. Oh, and watching over the trials. That's right. She was the god of justice. A symbol of godhood and one of the 7 archons of Tevat. She couldn't possibly enjoy mundane things a normal human can have. After all, she still must uphold the end of her promise before anything else. Isaac listened to her and nodded his head. His deep amber eyes reflected her figure. It seems like I can't pierce through her shell. Oh well. Curling up a smile, Isaac sighed inwardly. In that case, wouldn't this be a first good try? Come on, Lady Furina. Let's eat to our heart's content tonight. Isaac raised his glass of wine at her. He could never save her from her fate. Nor could she abandon her role to fight against fate itself. But at the very least, he could provide her a sort of place for tranquility. A place where she can rest and wind up. Where the true Furina can put down the mantle of the god of justice for just a moment and find refuge here. That was, after all, Isaac's main purpose for a while now, providing a tranquil space for all troubled minds. Furina was stunned for a moment as she looked at Isaac. She watched as this human raised his cup with a soft smile on his face, waiting for her to toast with him. For a moment, her ahogue seemed to have swayed for a bit. Her head lowered as if she was contemplating something before looking up. In her mind, she had just fought with her inner monologues in just a fraction of a second. Perhaps I can experience being human, without putting down my role as the god of justice. Yes, as long as I still maintain my persona, nothing will change. Making up her mind, Furina took her glass cup and raised it, toasting Isaac. I can still fulfill my part. Ting, asterisk. Cheers. Cheers. Both Isaac and Furina said at the same time with smiles on their faces as the wine in their glass cups spilled a bit. On this rainy day, inside Le Souffle du Silence, a hearty dinner occurred, and laughter emanated from the café from time to time. Isaac and Furina ate and drank to their heart's content. Isaac even set up his smart TV and started singing along with Furina. Soon, the two of them started a singing competition. My dear servant, might I remind you? To truly serve me, you give it your all. Furina laughed as she watched Isaac sing. I'm trying. Glancing at Furina, Isaac sang with more emotions laced in his voice. Isaac sang to his heart's content with passion as he slowly unwinds his stressed mind. Soon, Furina took the microphone from Isaac and started her turn. Whoa, as expected of you, Lady Furina. Isaac clapped as he listened to Furina. Your high notes are amazing. Hehe, it's nothing new to me, of course. Furina giggled as she held the microphone. But yes, shower me with praise. The two of them continued to sing together as they both drank wine Isaac had on the table. Neither of them wanted to lose. Soon, time ticked by in a blink of an eye. It was already midnight. My dear servant, Furina slowly said with a slurring voice. Lady Furina, Isaac also said with his similar slurry voice. A moment of silence appeared between them before being interrupted by their loud voice. Both of them yelled at the same time as they pointed at each other. You drank all the wine. On the table, 3 bottles of wine were present. It seems like both of them had drunk a lot. Both were very drunk. Their competition, now slowed down by the wine, had already been dragged on to the late of night. Before they knew it, both of them had already fallen on the couch asleep. Isaac was still holding his microphone, while Furina was sleeping on his shoulder. It was truly a night to remember for the human and the god. Morning. The morning light of dawn started basking Fontaine with its golden blanket. Puddles were present all around the court of Fontaine because of the torrential rain that occurred last night. However, it didn't stop the Fontainians from going with their everyday lives. In Le Souffle du Silence, the golden light of the sun also shined on the café. Beams of light pierced Isaac's bedroom window. However, Isaac, who was usually asleep at this time, was sitting up. More precisely, it was as if he had lost his soul. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. Isaac panicked as sweat beads fell down his face. His deep amber eyes moved and glanced over to the pillow next to him. This side of the bed, which was usually empty, now had someone in it. And that someone had greyish-white hair and fair skin. It was none other than the god of justice, Furina herself. She was curled up and hugging Isaac's arm. Looking at the person who was sleeping so peacefully on his bed, Isaac felt a looming danger as a shiver ran down his spine. Isaac panicked as he felt his death sentence hanging over his head. Will I be sentenced to the guillotine? What a predicament! Chapter 45, Nothing happened, I swear. Furina's slightly moist eyes softly opened, revealing her heterochromia eyes. Currently, she was only wearing her white shirt. As for her overcoat and skirt, it was hanging on a clothes rack not far away. She slowly sat up and lay on the soft bed below her as she looked at the window in a daze. She then yawned, "Han. Who opened my window blinders?" Furina said with a slightly annoyed tone. Her eyes were still half closed. She then rubbed her eyes softly and looked at the source of light, which was the window. She then noticed something. That's odd. I don't remember having this design. Her fuzzy eyes then moved around and inspected her supposed room. Hey! It was then that she noticed that something was off. She quickly recovered from her half-asleep state and looked around frantically. This isn't the opera house nor the palette. With a panicked expression, she tried to remember how she got here, or perhaps if she was abducted. Ah! She then remembered what had happened last night. Memories of her singing with Isaac flashed across her mind. That's right. My assistant and I were competing for the best singer in Fontaine. But... She then looked down at her shirt. She just realized that she was only wearing her white shirt. And nothing else. A few seconds ticked by in silence as Furina processed this information. Wait. Instantly, the information went through Furina's head and she finally made sense of things. Her face instantly turned a flushing red hue. Hold on. This is... Dash. Hearing a yell upstairs, Isaac, who was cooking breakfast, got startled. Is she awake? Currently, Isaac is cooking shrimp fried rice coupled with fried fish. It was a good start to the day. Thankfully. Isaac sighed with a wry smile. Nothing happened to us last night other than getting dead drunk. Otherwise, I might have found myself in either Wriothesley's fortress or an improvised guillotine. Isaac joked as he stirred the rice in front of him. It was true. Isaac first panicked that Furina would execute him if he had touched her, but thankfully, that didn't happen. If he were to violate the god of a nation, not even the cold rationality of the legal code can save him. Tap asterisk. Tap asterisk. Soon, the sound of muffled footsteps reached Isaac's ears. He turned around and looked at the door of the kitchen. Why you? Furina, who was now wearing her overcoat, looked at Isaac with a flustered expression. Her face deep were red. Does she think? Isaac saw her appearance and instantly recognized her expression. In half a second, a devious thought sprouted in his mind. Chuckling internally, he thought, oh, now this needs a little teasing. Good morning, Lady Furina. Isaac smiled warmly at her as if nothing had happened. His smile was so warm and vibrant that it looked almost innocent. Did you have a good sleep? I just finished cooking, come, let's eat. He continued smiling and took the pan off the stove. With the same casual attitude, he poured the shrimp fried rice on the plate on the table. Isaac washed his hands, took off his apron, and sat down. He then looked at Furina, who was still hiding behind the door frame. Well? Come on in, Lady Furina. You wouldn't want to be weak all day after last night, right? Isaac smiled casually but was laughing like a madman internally. I suppose, you're right. Furina glanced around as she slowly moved from the door frame where she was hiding. She looked at Isaac, who was eating so nonchalantly as if he cared for nothing else in the world. Why, is he acting so normal? Furina felt that it was unnatural of him. After all, he just slept with a god. That's not something easily brushed off. Does he think? Thinking of something, Furina slowly sat down and looked at Isaac. The latter, who was smiling gently the whole time, noticed her look and decided to push forward. You were great last night, he said casually as he picked up a small shrimp. Your rhythm was perfect. Ha. Furina, who was just about to eat, suddenly jolted and looked at Isaac with an agitated smile. Well. What's he thinking? Suddenly saying something like that. Furina's inner self started battling inside her mind. And why is he so comfortable talking about it? What should I say? Panicked, Furina decided to return the compliment. With a sincere expression, she nodded, so were you. Did well too last night. Haha. Isaac almost spat out the good he was eating as he tried his best to conceal the grin that was about to form. I'm glad, sorting his emotions, he controlled his expression and smiled. It was my first time with a god. I'm glad that Lady Furina felt the same. It was his first. Hearing this, the red hue forming on Furina's face started to deepen. With a heavy breath, she spoke hesitantly. It was the same for me. Hearing this, the smile on Isaac's face widened a bit. Really? Well. I thought Lady Furina would have collaborated with other singers by now. Isaac decided to drop the bomb with a smile. Singing. Furina heard Isaac and couldn't help but ask again. You were referring to singing? Why yes, of course. Isaac smiled softly. He prevented his smile from turning to a shit-eating grin. Last night, I just couldn't help but admire Lady Furina's voice. And to sing with a god, why, it's the most memorable thing I've done. He added. His deep amber eyes then looked at her face. Why? Were you perhaps thinking of something else? Furina was momentarily silent. It took her a few seconds before she processed Isaac's words. You mean, nothing happened last night? Other than passing out from the wines we drank, then no, not at all. Isaac tilted his hand as he spoke. I see. Phew, that's a relief. Furina exhaled a sigh of relief as she smiled brightly. She then picked up her spoon and fork. For a second, I thought. Why? Just then, Isaac's overall vibe changed. Soon, the evil grin he had been keeping finally revealed itself. Were you perhaps thinking that we did something more erotic? Hey! Furina, who was about to indulge herself in Isaac's cooking, suddenly stopped. What do you mean? Isaac smiled lightly while eating. He then hummed in amusement. I'm sure you're no stranger to these kinds of developments, my lady. A man inviting a woman for dinner, only for the latter to find herself intoxicated with alcohol and carried to bed by the former. Isaac continued to tear apart the fried fish he cooked as he spoke. He then tasted the fried fish before continuing, that's certainly a plot commonly found in opera plays, no. You. Was this planned by you? Furina gripped her hand as she spoke. She looked at Isaac with caution. I didn't think you were that kind of person, my servant. Ah, don't worry, Isaac scoffed lightly. I didn't have such intentions. I still value my life. Hearing this, Furina's eyes slightly widened before she laughed. Haha, I see, so you still have a bit of consciousness for your god. That, and avoiding the guillotine, Isaac lampooned inwardly. Certainly. Only a lunatic would take advantage of a weakened god, after all. And I, for one, am a gentlemanly soul. Isaac lied as naturally as he breathed. But then again, lying is no stranger to him. Humph, well that's only to be expected of someone who should be close to me, Furina smirked. She then cleared her throat, and About what happened last night? I'll keep them a secret, of course, of course. Isaac nodded in agreement. What? He wasn't gonna use what he saw to blackmail her someday. Isaac might be opportunistic, but he has standards. He then returned to eating the meal he prepared. Whilst eating, he simultaneously busied himself with the system. Furina, meanwhile, looked at Isaac and the food he made back and forth. Her hand gripped her utensils a bit before silently muttering something. And so, the human and the god both enjoyed their breakfast. Once again, due to Isaac's cooking skills, the taste was enjoyable for both parties. Soon, Furina was about to depart once more. Farewell, Lady Furina. Isaac, who was now in his barista uniform, stood at the door of the café. Have a great day today. You make yourself sound like a housewife bidding their husband. Furina turned around and teased Isaac. But yes, have an outstanding day today too. Well then, toodle-oo. Furina then walked out of the cafe while looking at Isaac with a bright vibrant smile. Isaac waves at her with a soft smile before turning to the system window floating in front of him. 3 more days until Furina's quest ends. He muttered. He then moved on to another thing he noticed. A new main quest. I didn't know they could be stacked on top of one another. Isaac said to himself. But alright, let me see what it is. Isaac opened the system quest window and read the new quest. Hey! His jaw then dropped after reading it. Hold on. Are you serious? A rank quest. Name, Fatui. Type, main quest. Objective, help the House of the Hearth and build a relationship with the knave. Reading the new quest he received, Isaac was momentarily silent before uttering a few words. I'm meeting Arlecchino. He was doomed. Chapter 47, When the Pot Meets the Kettle. Say, do you believe in chance encounters? Asked a man while holding a cup of tea. I believe in them, but not to the point of faith. Isaac also held a cup of tea as he spoke calmly. Hey, then I guess this is one of the few instances that chance encounters are great, wouldn't you say so? The man sitting at the same table as Isaac smiled softly. My friend. Sip asterisk. Isaac slowly sipped his cup of tea gently, savoring the taste before putting down his cup. His deep amber eyes then looked at the person in front of him. I'm honored to be addressed as a friend by you, really. There's no need for any formalities. The man shook his head with a smile. We're both connoisseurs here, Sokman, be casual with me here. Ha! Isaac lightly smirked at the man's words. He then subconsciously sighed softly. Whatever you say. Man, just how lucky am I to encounter this guy? Isaac scoffed lightly. How absurd of a coincidence. Dash. A few hours earlier. Inside the underwater prison known as the Fortress of Meropid, countless outcasts of society are left here as a form of punishment. In short, a prison. To the people of Fontaine, the Fortress of Meropid is an inescapable stronghold, and those who try to leave unauthorized would have to face the Warden's iron fists. Literally. Your Grace, are you sure you want to look into this yourself? Asked a man wearing a grey uniform. It's quite all right, sitting behind the desk, a menacing-looking man spoke. However, contrary to his appearance, he had a gentle calm, and collected expression. It's an invitation from a friend, so how could I refuse? The man had tufted black hair with grey streaks, pale grey eyes, and pale skin, with a scar beneath his right eye. This man was none other than Wriothesley, the warden of the Fortress of Meropid. However, the majority of the inmates refer to him as Your Grace due to his duke title that was given to him by the Palais Mermonia. After saying this, the man started to get off his chair. He then took his coat from a rack nearby and put it on. Going out. Suddenly, a voice asked from not too far away. Have you had breakfast yet? I already did, Sijuin. The man named Wriothesley smiled gently as he looked back. Sijuin, a Melusine with the appearance of a human, nodded her head lightly. Good, you can't get anywhere on an empty stomach, after all. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. Wriothesley smiled before turning around and leaving with another person who reported to him. As the two of them walked down the hall, Wriothesley suddenly thought of something and decided to ask, Oh right, have there been any news about that thief that stole Lady Furina's painting yet? None at all, Your Grace. The assistant said with a clear voice. Though, it is suspected that the masked clown appeared in Poisson. But because of Spina di Rosala, we can't get any accurate information. I see, shaking his head, Wriothesley sighed. Well, let's just leave it at that. I'm sure my friend who is a hunter can sniff that clown out soon. Are you referring to Miss Clearind, Your Grace? The assistant asked curiously. Yes, Wriothesley nodded with a smile. And it just so happens that she is also the one inviting me to go to the court of Fontaine right now. So maybe I'd get to ask if she had made any progress about that clown case yet, Wriothesley said as both of them walked down the hall. If not, then it won't hurt to lend in a hand. Dash. The court of Fontaine. Departing from an aquabus, Wriothesley, along with his two aides, looked around. Let's go. Wasting no time, Wriothesley solemnly took the lead and started walking. Their destination was the Palais Mermonia to not only give some following notes to the Ihudex Neuvillette but also to meet Clearind. Although Wriothesley seldom leaves the Fortress of Meropid, he is able to easily navigate through the city without any problems. Ah, would you look at that? Wriothesley smiled as he looked up at the sky. Not a single spot of cloud in the sky. It's great weather, don't you think so? The Hydro Dragon in Fontaine must be in a good mood right now. One of Wriothesley's aides joked. Come on, you two. Wriothesley smiled wryly at his aide. Sugwine wholeheartedly believes that tale, and I thought only kids believe in that. Forgive me, Your Grace. The aide quickly apologized. However, he quickly followed up with a question, does your grade not believe in that tale? Hearing this, Wriothesley's flaccid smile broke into a light smile. He then shook his head as if remembering something. Not necessarily. All right, men. Follow along. Quickly changing the subject, Wriothesley waved his hand. Yes. The two aides said in unison as they both followed their warden. Seriously. Looking at the Palais Mermonia that was in the distance, Wriothesley mumbled to himself. The face of Fontaine's Ihudex, Neuvillette, soon appeared in his mind. Truth be told, Wriothesley has some suspicion about Neuvillette's potential true identity. However, he doesn't dare to openly say it or investigate it. Some things are better off not said, after all. Taking his eyes off the distance, Wriothesley was just about to move to the elevator to the Palais when he suddenly caught something in the corner of his eye. It was a café. Now that I think about it. Remembering something, Wriothesley crossed his arms. I still haven't had my brunch tea. He was the respected warden and administrator of the fortress of Meropid, yes, but he was also an avid enjoyer of tea. Hold on, let's take a quick stop. He waved back at his aides as he walked over to the café. By your will, Your Grace. The two aides said at the same time before following behind him. Soon, the three of them reached the café's doors. Wriothesley extended his hand and opened it. Ding asterisk. When Wriothesley entered the café, he expected that it would be quite crowded as the establishment was situated in the capital of the nation. Contrary to his expectations, however, not only were there few customers, but the atmosphere was also tranquil. Not bad. Wriothesley made a mental note as he looked around. Just then, he caught sight of 4 people on a table. It was 2 adults and 2 children. No, caffeine is not allowed for you. A man with brown hair and deep amber eyes said to a little girl. You're still too young. Hehe, how about just giving her 1 cup? Surely it wouldn't destroy your humble café. A woman with pink hair said with an amused smile as she held a cup of tea. She's right, Mr. Isaac. A little girl wearing red said. I won't go overboard, I promise. What are your thoughts, Nahida? The man, who was wearing a barista uniform, turned to another child. I think finding out through trial and error would be the best solution. A little girl with white hair said before giggling. Not helping. The man wearing the barista uniform sighed and mumbled under his breath. But suggestion noted. Suddenly, the man noticed Wriothesley enter the café and, for a fraction of a second, it was as if a glint shined in his deep amber eyes. The tea addict. Isaac mentally pointed at Wriothesley. Welcome. Leaving the table where the 3 ladies were, Isaac went behind the counter and greeted Wriothesley. What can I get for you? Wriothesley, who observed their interaction, smiled. He then looked at Isaac in the eye. Do you serve tea here? Why, of course, if Isaac had his glasses right now, he would have surely adjusted them. We've got green tea, lemon tea, mint tea, Earl Grey tea, black tea and chamomile tea. What do you prefer? Oh? Quite a wide variety. Hearing all the tea available, Wriothesley crossed his arms as he looked at Isaac with interest. Well then, what do you recommend? Earl Grey, Isaac said without hesitation. Without waiting for Wriothesley to respond, he explained, its bergamot-infused aroma and distinct flavor might just be the perfect interlude after breakfast but before lunch. Wriothesley actually liked Isaac's suggestion and wanted him to explain why, but the latter already went ahead of himself. Hearing Isaac's explanation, a small smile started to form on Wriothesley's face. A perfect explanation. Only a true connoisseur can define such words. Thank you, Isaac smiled softly. Would that be one order then? Yes, please. Wriothesley nodded gently as he continued to look at Isaac with a smile. No problem. Isaac nodded his head before heading into the kitchen and brewing the Earl Grey tea. It didn't take long for Isaac to return with his cup of coffee. Soon, he came back carrying a small porcelain plate. "Enjoy," Isaac said as he handed the cup to him. On the side, he also brewed himself a cup. Wriothesley held the cup of tea, observed it for a few moments, and cradled it, before smelling it. After doing all this, he took a sip. Tasting the distinct taste of the brew, a warm smile couldn't help but form on Wriothesley's face. "Now that's some good tea. I'm honored," Isaac sighed softly as he decided to be straightforward. However, he still decided to be a bit vague. "Oh? So you know me?" Wriothesley, who was enjoying his tea, instantly understood Isaac's words. "I've read some newspapers," Isaac nonchalantly shrugged lightly, not explaining further. "And despite that, you still treat me as a normal customer." Wriothesley smiled as he put down his cup. "In here, I treat all my customers equally," Isaac said while quietly moving his eye to the three ladies at a certain table. "Haha, is that so?" Wriothesley chuckled lightly. "Your principles remind me of my place." After saying this, he drank his tea fully. After finishing his cup, he took out some money and looked at Isaac. "The tea was great." "Thank you," Isaac replied with a smile as he collected the cup and mora that were given to him. "If your grace wishes to, my cafe's door's always open. Aside Sunday." "I'd keep that in mind," Wriothesley said before standing up. He then walked towards the door. But not before raising his hand and declaring without looking back, "I'll be back later." "All right." Isaac sighed lightly after saying this. Not loud enough for Wriothesley to hear, of course. Ding asterisk. Soon, one of the most important people in Fontaine left Isaac's humble café. To others, this might have been a blessing. This was the same for Isaac, as he had been keeping his true emotions secret the whole time. Finally, sitting down and picking up his cup of tea, Isaac smiled. With this, I'm now acquainted with another major character. Isaac felt like he had won the lottery. Taking a sip of his tea, he smiled gently. I see this as an absolute win. He then looked over to the ladies' table to see what they were up to. He then noticed something off. Why is Miko smiling mischievously? And Nahida? He looked at the little cabbage she adored. Why does she look guilty? He then noticed it. Klee wasn't on the table. Immediately, a bad feeling crept up behind Isaac. Where did the terrorist go? He then turned around and fiscally caught the sight of the said pyromaniac. She was in the kitchen. She sneaked in. She got her hands on a cup of coffee. Seeing this scene, Isaac's mind went numb for a few seconds before his body pulsed intensely. No. It was just another day in Isaac's cafe. Chapter 48, The Bitter Waters 1. In the Palais Mermonia. This is the ever-so-impartial Chief Justice of Fontaine, Neuvillette, asked as he held some papers. Something we shouldn't ignore, over on the couch, the renowned champion duelist, Clear-End, spoke. The number of people disappearing has increased drastically over the past week. The culprit behind the serial disappearance case is becoming more active, Monsieur Neuvillette, Clear-End said solemnly. And I suspect that the ones or one behind them are planning something. Something big. That is a big claim, Miss Clear-End, Neuvillette said as he looked at her. He then put down the papers. What do you have to back this claim? Using Lady Furina and her assistant's findings, as well as Wriothesley's recent report, I've managed to narrow down a suspected location. She added. She then took out a piece of paper. I tried to go there myself. But I found nothing. So I propose. Before she could finish speaking, Neuvillette interrupted her with his dignified and solemn voice. So you wish to consult Lady Furina and her assistant to assist you? Indeed. Clear-End crossed her arms. What are your thoughts, Monsieur Neuvillette? Neuvillette silently contemplated the matter for a few moments before opening his eyes. I permit it. However, if you do proceed with an in-depth investigation, your top and utmost priority is to ensure Lady Furina's well-being, is that clear? How about her so-called assistant? Clear-End decided to ask. I wish for you to observe him. Neuvillette said solemnly. After saying this, he then looked out the window behind him. Something is telling me that there is a brewing underneath Fontaine. Neuvillette's eyes focused on the clear skies outside as he spoke. And whatever it is, will be quite devastating. Chapter 44 The Bitter Waters 1. Dash. A few days passed by in a blink of an eye. During this time, Isaac had been living quite happily. Other than attending his café, he had also been accompanying Furina on her investigations as her assistant. Of course, he and her avoided getting into trouble again like last time. In short, he's been living quite leisurely. So, again, there's no true perfect brewing process, everyone has their unique way of brewing coffee, Isaac explained while holding a white cup. My advice for now is to experiment. To get that unique taste just for you, experiment with different beans and different beverages you can splice in them. Do you get that? After speaking, he put down the cup and smiled lightly at the blonde-haired person sitting in front of him. Freminet. Yes, on the other side of the counter, the soft-spoken Freminet nodded his head as he looked at Isaac while holding a notepad. He seems to be listening attentively. Do you think the right coffee can enhance one's mood? Is that even a question? Of course. Isaac nodded his head and agreed. In fact, it ranges. Ultimately, it depends on the person that drinks them. I see, I see. Freminet said softly as he wrote it down. Looking down at Freminet, Isaac scoffed lightly. He must be wanting to brew them for his siblings. Use this knowledge to its fullest, young one. Isaac smirked. Suddenly, while Isaac was looking at Freminet, a notification window appeared in front of him. Notice. The main quest, Pious Believer, would end in 8 hours. Shortly after this message, the notification window disappeared, as if recessing to the depths of the void never to be seen again. When Isaac saw the message, his first reaction was a relief. Finally. He sighed under his breath. I felt like this main quest lasted longer than it should have. Isaac grabbed his nape and relieved his stiff neck. But it looks like my hard work is finally paying off. Looking outside the café, the golden rays of the afternoon sunlight shined down from the glass pane window and into the café. Seriously? Isaac smiled melancholily. To think I'll change this much in just a week. How ludicrous. Isaac couldn't believe how much he had changed in just a week just to satisfy a quest. Then again, it was a change he wasn't upset with. It just came as a surprise to him, that's all. By the way. Just then, Freminet's voice drifted over to Isaac's ear. I have a question I want to ask you, would that be all right? Of course, no problem, Isaac nodded his head lightly and sat down on his long stool. What do you want to ask about? Actually, it's something Linny wanted me to do for him. Freminet explained softly. He wanted me to ask some questions for his next stunt. So, he sent me to ask some people with questions he prepared. Asking an introvert to survey people. Not the wisest move, Linny, Isaac lampooned. Picking up a cup and placing a tea bag in it, Isaac poured hot water into it. All right, what are your questions? Okay. First question, Freminet flipped his notepad to look for the questions he arranged beforehand. If your one true wish could be granted, what would it be? Money? Wait, no, Isaac's mind wandered for a moment before he controlled himself. Smiling lightly, he spoke, my deepest wish? I guess. Isaac didn't have to contemplate this further. Deep in his mind and soul, he already knew what wish he wanted. To live comfortably without any worry, Isaac shrugged nonchalantly. He was serious. Well then. Writing down his answer, Freminet looked at the next question. Will you fight for your wish to the very end? Haha, of course, I would, Isaac laughed lightly. Who wouldn't want to fight for their deepest wish? If you don't fight for what you want, you'll never attain it. How about you, Freminet? Isaac decided to ask back. What's your wish? It's to protect my family, Freminet didn't hesitate and answered firmly. My wish is to protect my family to the very end. Hearing this, Isaac smiled softly. Your siblings are lucky to have you. And the House of the Hearth, he internally added. He then shook his head. Next question. Yes. Freminet went back and read the questions that were prepared. The third and last question is. If your wish vanishes, what would you do? Man, what's Linny gonna do with these questions? Isaac thought with worry. No wait, maybe this isn't even for his stunt. It might be for the House of the Hearth. I suppose. Crossing his arms, Isaac thought for a moment before answering, I'd try again. Somewhere, somehow, I'll retain the peacefulness I loved. That's right. Isaac might live a sedentary lifestyle, but that doesn't mean he won't go to lengths for the ambition he had since the beginning. Moreover, his vision is his testament to this. The fact that his ambition was recognized by the gods means that it wasn't a small ambition. He will keep moving forward until he gains the freedom and peace he wants. Taitakai, Isaac lampooned at himself at this thought. Freminet took note of his answers and paused for a moment. It was as if he was contemplating something while writing Isaac's answer. However, he then composed himself and continued writing. You done? Picking up the teacup he prepared and removing the tea bag, Isaac cradled it as he spoke to Freminet. Lenny sure has some weird questions, hey. Yet. Even I don't know what he'll do with these for his next show. Freminet sighed as he closed his notepad. Don't let your mommy daddy father see them though. Isaac held the cup near his lips and took a sip. I doubt she can do any significant dangerous things with these questions. But you can never be too sure. After talking for a bit more, Freminet started packing up his items. I have to leave now. Hopping off his chair, Freminet looked at Isaac. Your brew was as good today as any other day. Thank you. I'm touched, Isaac smiled sincerely. As always, if you want more, my cafe is always open. Except Sundays. Hearing his last sentence, Freminet, for the first time in a while, smiled softly. You always liked resting, don't you, Mr. Isaac? Hold up, he can smile. Isaac was dumbfounded for a second before laughing lightly. Hey, that's just me. After this, the two of them bid farewell and Freminet finally left the cafe. Holding his cup of tea, Isaac looked out the glass pane window and on the streets of the court of Fontaine. As he silently looked at the world outside, he couldn't help but ask himself if this was enough. In the end, he could only lightly sigh outwardly. Yet, relaxing his face, Isaac smiled softly. I'm fine with that wish. I'll never change it for anything. Isaac continued to watch the world outside as he drank his tea slowly, savoring each taste of it and enjoying the moment. Just then, while he was drinking, he suddenly saw two people approaching his cafe. And they were both familiar. You've gotta be kidding, Isaac smiled wryly as he looked outside. Why would these two even meet at this time and place? As he continued watching them, the two people soon entered the cafe doors. Ding asterisk. My dear servant, look who I've invited to your cafe today. We're just here for a quick tea party. The usual boastful tone of the familiar goddess spoke. The other person, on the other hand, remained silent for the time being as they continued to look around the cafe. Welcome, ladies, putting on his mask once more, Isaac greeted them with a smile. What would all of you have? Seriously. Signing internally, Isaac looked at them. To think that it would be them together. Furina and Clear End. Chapter 49, The Bitter Waters 2. Shortly after Furina and Clear End sat down, the former quickly struck up a conversation with Isaac. So you see? Although we had a little scuffle, that was all in the past, yes. Furina chuckled after speaking. I know that Lady Furina, Isaac, who was brewing tea on the counter, sighed softly. But please, the next time you and I go to Poisson, please cooperate with the Spina. Hehe, well let us all move on and embrace the present. Furina chuckled, avoiding Isaac's statement. She then looked over to the person next to her. What do you think, Clear End? Didn't me and my dear assistant handle the situation quite well? If you mean leaving hostile guard MX up a mountain for me and the Maison Gardiennage to clean up, then no. On the other side, the renowned strongest champion duelist of Fontaine, Clear End voiced her opinion straightforwardly. Ah, but we helped, didn't we? Hearing Clorinda's words, Furina gasped. If it weren't for me and my assistant, we wouldn't have found those guard MX, which is a vital clue to the masked clown. About that. Clear End was about to reply to Furina, but then she remembered that Isaac was still present, so she didn't speak further. Never mind. That's a non-disclosure agreement for you. Isaac lampooned as he reheated some croissants. So, attempting to change the subject, Isaac decided to speak up. What are you here for, Lady Furina? Nothing much, Furina sighed as she supported her head with her hand. I just had too many appointments today, so I thought why not relax here. Well, that's a pretty valid reason, Isaac said passively. He then moved his deep amber eyes to Clear End. As for the champion duelist here. Oh, her. Furina also looked at the composed and cold-looking Clear End. I bumped into her by chance. Seeing as she was also free at the moment, I invited her over with me. Which you should be thankful for, Furina smiled teasingly as she moved her head and looked at Isaac. I just brought you another customer. Hee. Well. You're right, Isaac shrugged nonchalantly. Thanks, Lady Furina. Hey. Aren't you going to lampoon about it? Seeing Isaac sincerely thank her, threw Furina's expectations off the rails. What makes you think I haven't? Isaac grinned. If he had glasses right now, they would have shined brightly. As the two continued to converse, the silent Clearend couldn't help but observe Isaac. Isaac Alder. A normal man who used to work for the Fontaine Research Institute of Kinetic Energy Engineering. Clearend started to recall Isaac's information. After the institute blew up to the sky, he was one of the very few workers who survived and lost their job. He then disappeared for a month before reappearing and repurposing the house passed down to him into a café. Her gaze of suspicion never left Isaac's face as she continued to contemplate. So far, he hasn't shown any suspicious actions, but... Her piercing purple eyes couldn't help but notice his face. The way he acts. He has the eyes of someone like the eye who acts as if. She didn't dare to try and continue her thoughts. She merely shook her head lightly. No, never mind that. He acts more like Lady Furina. Watching Furina and Isaac bicker, she couldn't help but think in silence. They're both wearing thick masks. Meanwhile, on Isaac's side, he subconsciously shivered. Trying to avoid Clorinda's gaze, he couldn't help but complain internally, man, why is she staring at me like she wants to stab me? I haven't done anything to you. He screamed in his heart. Suddenly, Furina composed herself and changed the topic. Anywho. Those matters aside, there's another reason I wanted to meet you. That tone. Grasping his chin, Isaac instantly made a guess. Another investigation. I wanted to say it myself. Furina said under her breath. However, she soon brightened up. But indeed. It just so happens that I've obtained another major clue. Do you remember the last case we've investigated? Furina waved her hand. She was referring to the lead she had about Isaac's Gehrman identity. Yet. We never really got to find any trace about the guy impersonating my impersonation of Gehrman. Isaac lampooned to himself. I do. Do you have another clue regarding it? Indeed, Furina slammed her hands down the counter and looked Isaac in the eye. But this time, this lead is stronger. Do you want to know why? Go on. Taking out the tea bags in their teacup, Isaac nudged her to continue. Hearing this, Furina smirked. It's because I already have masked Clown's hideout. Is it the hunter's dream? Isaac lampooned internally. However, he soon shook this thought off. No, if what she's saying is true, then we can finally crack down on this guy impersonating my impersonation. Taking the 2 cups of tea that he just brewed, he handed them to Furina. Well, you've certainly garnered my interest. When does our operation begin and what location? Later at night around this location, Furina slid a piece of note to Isaac in an incognito fashion. Isaac held the piece of paper in his hand and looked at the location and time written on it. The moment he read the paper, his face became dumbfounded. This location. Isn't this near Valker's secret base? For a moment, Isaac's mind went blank. A moment later, he recovered. This guy. Isaac was lying pretty low for the past few days and didn't actively go out to cause trouble for others. But now that he can finally catch the person using the identity he stole, he can finally enact justice. Oh, Valker, oh Valker. Grinning at the piece of paper given to him, a malicious glint appeared in Isaac's deep amber eyes. I'm gonna have fun toying with you later. I accept this commission. Isaac gave Furina her piece of paper back and accepted without hesitation. Commission? No, this is an invitation. Furina didn't like Isaac's choice of words and corrected him. However, she soon smiled. But yes, I am delighted that you accepted. This case wouldn't be the same without the protagonist's deuteragonists, yes. Deuteragonists? Isaac inquired. There are more joining us. Hehe, isn't it obvious already? Furina crossed her arms and nudged her head behind her. Isaac's eyes moved and looked behind her. He then caught sight of the person who'd been staring at him with piercing eyes. Lady, I haven't done anything to you. Stop looking at me like that. Isaac was genuinely scared that the renowned strongest champion duelist would do something to him. Fine, You want a staring contest? I'll give you one. Inhaling heavily, Isaac cleared his mind and looked back at Clear. This time, he was wearing a casual smile. His deep amber eyes, which were always eye-catching, became more deeper and cold. It was as if indifference replaced every emotion present inside them. No. It was as if his indifferent eyes looked down on her very being. Clear noticed this abrupt change in Isaac's face and got startled. However, the latter didn't do anything. In the end, he only nodded without saying anything to her. Hat. Noticing her subtle expression change, Isaac knew he won the staring contest. A true spectator knows how to intimidate others just by looking at them. He then turned his head away and looked at Furina. Since we're having Miss Clear join us, then I can rest assured. Isaac smiled sincerely. At least that way, if something unexpected happens, we have someone powerful defend us. Then it's decided. Furina said with excitement. Let's meet around the meetup location at around 9 in the evening. Agreed. No problem. Isaac shrugged. He then looked at Clear. How about you, Miss Clear? However, Clear seems to have no intention of speaking to Isaac. She then turned to Furina. I'll accompany you there, Miss Furina. That would be most appreciated, hee. Furina giggled knowing that she would have two competent people accompanying her. With this, I can advance the case. Furina celebrated internally. Alright, what drip should I wear tonight? Isaac thought as he brewed his own tea. I can't trust him for now. Clear still glared at Isaac. It seems like the three of them are in their own worlds. Little did they know how dangerous this operation would be and how it would change them drastically. A/N. You know what? Here's another chapter. Doesn't matter anyway since this feels like a filler chapter to me, so here you go. Comment. 36 comment. Vote. Chapter 50, The Bitter Waters 3. Hours passed, and soon, the darkness of the night fell and blanketed the region of Hydro. The wild beasts in the wilderness went to their resting places, and so did the civilized humans in the cities. It was just another night like any other. Well, that's if you don't count the unusually bright moonlight tonight. It was currently a full moon. It seems like tonight, the moonlight will guide the trio. That should do it, Isaac said with a sigh as he locked his cafe's doors. He then looked around and saw the silent streets of Fontaine. He then looked at his current attire. In this kind of situation, he couldn't help but lampoon. Man, if someone saw me dressed like this near midnight, what would others think? Currently, Isaac was wearing a white long-sleeved shirt with a brown vest on top. Over it was a black coat that seemed to be able to blend in with the night. This isn't even from the system, Isaac hummed as he looked at his outfit. With all the money I've garnered, buying these with Mora didn't hurt me a bit. Now, to complete the set. After looking at his current outfit, Isaac couldn't help but smile as he took out an item from the system inventory. His hand reached from the void and soon, a black tricorn hat appeared. Without any hesitation, he donned it. Now with the hat, Isaac's image drastically changed. If someone were to look at him, their first honest reaction would be fear. And Isaac wanted them to feel that. It was the main reason he first wanted this outfit. To strike fear in others. Well then, after completing his set, Isaac twirled his dendrovision around his finger first before placing it in his pocket. It's time to do what hunters do. A hunter must hunt. With this said, Isaac started walking, his figure slowly blending in with the ever-so-blanketing shade of night. Isaac followed along to their intended meeting spot, and sure enough, under one particular tree, he saw two figures. The two of them then noticed Isaac's figure approaching. Seeing this, Isaac could only wave a hand. Nice evening, innit? Isaac approached them and opened up a conversation with a casual smile. What's with that outfit? However, Furina seems to be too focused on his attire. I could say the same to you. Isaac looked over to Furina and spoke. I mean, aren't you wearing practically the same as mine? Similar to Isaac, Furina also changed attire. She was now wearing a long black tailcoat and had a navy blue waistcoat underneath it. Why, this is necessary. Furina quickly retorted. The proper occasions require proper attire. On the other hand, Furina then pointed at Isaac's head. Why do you have the same hat as Clear? If I knew that you two would be wearing one, I would have brought one too. Furina bemoaned. Hearing this, Isaac turned his head and looked at Klee. Looking at her figure, Isaac couldn't help but think, she didn't change outfit. Understandable. Heaving a deep sigh, he looked over to Furina again and answered her question. A hunter must have appropriate garments for hunting, do they not? Hearing the word hunter, Clorinda's eyes twitched for a moment as if his words caught her interest. She then looked over to Isaac. Hunter? That's an odd way of putting it, Furina hummed. But then again, there is the mare. Ahem. Just then, Klee interrupted Furina. She then looked at her and spoke, Lady Furina. Realizing that she was just about to divulge secret information, Furina quickly changed the subject. Actually, it's not that bad. She was about to say the marechaussee hunters, wasn't she? Isaac thought. In the end, he could only deliberately ignore it. Alright, enough of this. Let's move on to our objective. He decided to avert the subject. Indeed. Klee nodded lightly. Soon, the two of them looked over to Furina, who held this operation's key objectives. Alright, listen up. Here's what we're going to do. Seeing their gazes drifting over to her, Furina cleared her throat and began giving out info. She began by giving out the general location of the secret base as well as the potential dangers. Soon, she finished speaking. Did the two of you get all that? Furina looked over to the two. I have no problems. Isaac nodded lightly as he absorbed all the info. He then looked to Klee. How about you, miss? I'm fine. Klee crossed her hand as she lightly nodded too. Then it's decided, Furina said as she pointed at a certain location. Let's set off. Dash. The trio walked quietly under the moonlight, never letting their presence be known. Soon, they reached the beach where they continued to walk along the coastline. Soon enough, they found something. It was a cave entrance. Looks like we're here, Isaac said as he stepped into the cave. He then took a quick sniff of the air. It seems like a cave connecting underwater. Everyone, be careful, Isaac decided to take the lead. Equipped with his dendrovision and special revolver, he was feeling pretty confident. The three of them walked deeper and deeper into the cave. They've made some twists and turns, slowly descending more and more. Hold up, while walking, Isaac suddenly noticed something and raised his hand. What's that? It's a gate. Furina walked over to his side and looked at where he was looking at. There's a lever nearby, Klee said as she looked at something near the gate. They had stumbled upon what seemed like an entrance. With a stone gate and a lever not too far from it. Below their feet, rusted metallic flooring filled the ground. Observing the environment, Isaac quickly made a speculation. My non-existent year's worth of experience tells me that we shouldn't pull that willy-nilly, Isaac said plainly as he pointed at the lever. Unless we're sure that it won't cause any. Click asterisk. It went down, Furina said, close to the lever. Her hand was just inches away from the lever. Silence descended upon the trio. Isaac and Klee became speechless at what their goddess had just done. Hey, don't look at me like that. Sensing their gaze, Furina quickly retorted. I didn't even try to pull it. It just went down on its own without much force. I'm gonna die here, won't I? Isaac lampooned as he could only smile bitterly as he raised a thumb. Hey! I know you're lampooning. Furina instantly guessed Isaac's gestures. I told you. It just went down on its own. Rumble asterisk. Before Furina could finish her sentence, the entire cave that they were in suddenly started trembling. Everyone! Be careful! Isaac quickly became vigilant and was ready to use his vision. Crack, asterisk. Rumble, asterisk. Just then, the metallic floor beneath them began to shift. It was as if it was opening up. Not good. Isaac thought. His mind churned and looked at the other two. You two. Hold on. Isaac made a guess and that the floor would open up beneath them. Soon enough, his suspicions were correct. The metallic floor began to crack and open up. We need something to hold on to. Collecting elemental energy, Isaac quickly used his dendrovision. He wanted to materialize a vine or sword to help them from falling. However, he was just a second too late. Boom, asterisk. The floor abruptly sped up, and before the three could even process what happened, the floor beneath them suddenly separated, leading to the unknown. Shit! Isaac's face twisted as he caught sight of this. Isaac had a lot of fears, and one fear that stood out in Isaac's mind the most was the fear of the unknown. After all, the oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. At this moment, from what felt like time was frozen, there was only one thing present in Isaac's mind. In less than a second, his eye moved and looked at Furina. For what seemed like a fraction of a second, he was able to see clear and reaching up inches to Furina. In this scene, although the most natural and usual thought of Isaac was to first wonder if he would be safe or not, the only thought present was, "She's safe." That's a relief. Soon, in Isaac's perception, time began to move normally again. Not long after, he and the two women fell. Clear and quickly reached for what looked like a grappling gun and, while holding Furina, shot upwards. Huff! Huff! Bewildered by the sudden and abrupt change in the situation, Clear and heaved heavily. She then looked at Furina, who she was still holding. "Lady Furina, are you all right?" She didn't receive an answer. Lady Furina Clear and tried to ask her again, but was interrupted by the latter. Her eyes were fixated down below as her face went pale at the sudden folding of events. "Isaac!" Furina's trembling voice drifted over to Clorinda's ear as if breaking to a cry. My assistant! Isaac!" As her words fell down the dark depths beneath them, the figure of Isaac had already vanished from her sight. Splash! Asterisk. The only thing she heard was the echoing splashes of water at the very end of the deep pit, as what she assumed Isaac's body would have hit. /A/N, let me cook.
Thanks for listening.